important women, but the most important goddesses were black. Not just for the African now, in the civilization of the Greek. The Greek was so profoundly affected by the Africans that the goddess of chastity was a black woman, Artemis. The goddess of wisdom was a black woman, Minerva. The goddess of beauty was a black woman, Diana. And many of their great mythological figures which were critical to the vision of history, the history of the Greeks in the Odyssey, the woman who has the power to draw Odysseus and all his crew into her, is Circe, who is represented as a black woman with African features on the Greek vases. The woman who helps Jason win the Golden Fleece is a black woman, Medea. The woman who marries Perseus, the Greek hero, is a
Y'all can't do it louder than that. Uncle Ed. All right. Don't want it to fall on us. Y'all ain't that loud.
Man, welcome back. Family, I'm so glad that you made it. I know the intro is long. I got a problem with long intros. I'm hooked on creating intros, so they be long. I know. You can inbox me about that. I know. But cause you family now. I mean, which number we on? We on number 6. You've been hanging in there, man. Give him a round of applause. Round of applause. Come on. Day 7, so look, we went through the player's pyramid, how to use the Nguza Saba, you know what I'm saying? How to properly use it to extract the power from yourself, right? We talked about the lost art of storytelling, and also called it folktale for grown folks, because we understand that our ancestors left us wisdom in those stories, crystallized wisdom that if we're willing to do the work, we can get it. Then we went through Proverbs and we found out the same thing about the Proverbs and how we can apply and use them. Family, listen up, right? And go and get that chunk of that crystallized wisdom. Then from there, we moved into how and why pouring libations and becoming a daily toaster. Oh my God. We talked about libations and how important it is. And then we kind of tied it all up just a little bit. Just a little bit. You know, we tied it up just a little bit. Right? We're talking about the Warrior's Handbook for Life Journey, the Gianni method. So now, what we going to talk about now, Brother Hatem? A major piece, right? A major piece to kind of, because the Warrior's Handbook kind of shows you how to live it out there. It still deals with a lot of you, because all of our work, we start from inside and work outward. We start from inside and work outward. But now I want to give you, in the sense of personal practice and a practice that you could practice in groups that will help bring peace to you, or to prepare you for war if it needs to. It's called meditation. One of the methods we use the rhythmic breath, right? Through your nose all the way down to your belly, hold it, boom, boom, boom. But we kind of freaked it out for you. But we call our meditation by the numbers, right? And what we do is we help walk you through the meditation, right? Family, oh my God, and it's easy. You use it to go to sleep, you use it to relax, you use it for anything that you want. Now, but one of the things that, like I said, we became symbol literate, so we call it meditation by the numbers, because we're trying to get people to understand that everything has or can have a meaning for you, so that you can start picking up some of these messages from your ancestors. A lot of us miss a lot of our blessings because we are not symbol literate at all. So we call it meditation by the numbers. Why meditation by the numbers, Brother Hatem? I'm glad you asked, right? Meditation by the numbers, because one, it gives us the opportunity to introduce people to the number system. But also, it gives us the opportunity to learn another symbolic language. What do you mean? Like in geometry, we talk about numbers, right? We not only talk about numbers so we can count money and stuff like that, but we talk about numbers as entities, numbers as beings, numbers as ideas, right? You know, some people call it numerology. You call it what you want. You understand what I'm saying? But the idea is that numbers mean things. Numbers can communicate certain ideas. Numbers, in a sense, like you, have personalities, right? So, for example, in geometry, you say count. 0, the hidden. 1, interdependence. 2, cooperation. 3, communication. 4, order. 5, freedom. 6, family. 7, study, rest, and perfection. 8, power. 9 is completion. Then the cycle continues. You know, the cycle starts over. From 9, it flips back to the 1 and with the 0. You understand what I'm saying? So all you need to know is the first 9. So we do a countdown and we focus on each power within the numbers. Right? Now, why meditation, Brother Hatem? Because one of the things that we are majorly involved with in DiGyeTV is this thing called self-mastery. And I need to stress that self-mastery is a misnomer. That's a misnaming. It's not actually the self that needs to be mastered. What do you mean, Brother Hatem? Okay, in DiGyeTV we talk about the self because once again, I'm heavy on going in and finding out stuff. What is the self? The self is, God, listen. When I say this to you, family, I want you to get it. The self is the absolute, complete, and perfect qualities of a being that are not influenced by external circumstances. Oh! What is the self? Absolute, complete is an absolute, complete, and perfect being that is not influenced by external circumstances. So my question is, how and why would you need to master something that is perfect, absolute, complete? It's not the self that needs to be mastered. It's the personality. What do you mean, Brother Hatem? Listen, the self is the oldest thing. If you can label it a thing, its power is phenomenal. And it has resided in this thing called you. Now, in DiGyeTV, we break up the human being into five parts, right? We have the intuition, we have the mental, we have the emotional, we have the spiritual, and we have the physical. And when all of them work together, just like the fingers on your hand, they form a fist and can bust through any obstacle out there. So when you understand that the self is not what needs to be mastered, but your personality. See, because the personality is the youngest thing about your being. The self is ancient. The intuition is ancient. The mental, possibly, that's part of the personality. You know, a majority of your being is ancient. Even your body, they say it comes from stardust, which means that it has been recycled over and over since the beginning of time. The only thing that is young about you is your personality. Your personality is exactly the age that you are. Your body is billions of years old. Yourself and your spirit is billions, trillions of years old. But your personality, that shit is new. And so in a sense, we have the youngest child in the house running the ancients. This is why a lot of our lives are messed up. This is why we need to start focusing on the meditation. This is why we have to take the practice seriously so that we can start learning how to quiet down this personality. Quiet it down. Why? So that we can listen to the whispers. The intuition. Listen to the whispers of the spirit. Many of us can't hear it because a lot of other stuff going on with us, especially with our personality, is so damn loud, it's drowning out everything. So in DiGyeTV, one of the things we do is, boom, family, here. Start practicing this to the point where you don't need it no more. Now, you can fall into the state when you want to fall into the state. So family, man, I wanted to thank y'all for coming through today. I done covered what I needed to cover, because y'all know Brother Hatem will get long-winded. I don't want to hold you up all day, but I thank you for coming. And come back and see me tomorrow. I promise, because tomorrow we're going to wrap it all up. Are y'all ready? Are you ready? I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, fam.
Going home, they come in barefoot and leave barefoot. But they'll tell you, this is the school. So I figure, and I get the shoes from
Peace, family. This is Brother Hatim. I'm coming at you with another tutorial. And what I'm going to do today is show you how to use Facebook and share different information. First, we're going to start with the computer, and then we're going to move to using using our cell phones. Okay. So first, what we want to do is we want to go to our site. So I'm going to go, boom, here we go. I got my Wii video up because I'm going to have to edit that later on. But let's go to our Facebook. So I'm going to go to my Facebook page. I'm going to go to my Facebook page. So I got links up there. So boom. Now, recently, I just posted up something for the DiGyeFest. So I want to share that. Oh, that's me at New Harvest last night. All right, let's see if it pops up. So now, that's my daughter right there. Wow, what's up, Yolanda? Uh-huh. All right. But anyway, so it ain't popping up. So when you post stuff up, a lot of times your stuff won't pop up necessarily directly on your timeline. So what do you have to do? I just posted it up. It's in my story, and we're going to talk about stories, and we're going to talk about stories. All right, so what the story is, the story allows you to post up something for a 24-hour period, which means that a lot of people, rather than going through your whole timeline, they will stop at your story so you could post up stuff in your stories. And I'm going to show you how to do that too. So now, since I already posted it and I don't want to post it again, what I'm going to do is I am going to go to right here on this link. Y'all see where my finger is? This is my stuff right here, my stuff that I have been posting up. So boom, oh, there go me, Sasha, and Gina. All right, boom, and there go right there. Y'all see that? Y'all see how that happened? Let's go back. So let's go back. How do we get back to the other one? We're going to go home. My home is the timeline in which everybody's stuff that I know that are important to me, that I have befriended, their stuff pop on here as well as my stuff. Okay? Now, but when I go to my name, either this one here, Hatim Giame, or this one right here, Hatim Giame, this takes me to my profile. And on my profile is my stuff that I posted. So when people want to know who you are, like for example, and I suggest this to all people on Facebook, when somebody send you a friend request and you don't know them, and it says you share some friends, you click on them before you say, yes, they're going to be my friend. You click on them and you go and you inspect their timeline. If their timeline don't go back no distance and you don't see nobody you recognize on the timeline, and you don't see that they have been doing anything, posting anything, it's not a real person, it's a bot. Right? You can look at me and you can see I'm real. I've been posting. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to go back up. So now what I want to do is I want to show you how to share on your computer, because I'm on a computer now. We're going to get to the cell phone in a second. I'm on my computer now. And here is the DiGyeFest piece, right? So what I want to do is I want to share the DiGyeFest, right? Boom. First off, it's not really cool to like your own stuff, okay? So don't like your own stuff. Encourage other people to like your stuff, right? So we're on the computer. So this is the challenge. Here we go. So now you can put up another comment up under what you wrote. So on here I said, please join us for our Tawi DiGyeFest coming June 20th. Hope on the stream. I messed that totally up. So it's messed up. Now this happens to all of us. These three dots right here give you an option. Let's go here. Boom. I can edit my post. What? Yeah, you can edit your post. Please join. So I'm going to put a us there. Please join us for our Tawi DiGyeFest coming June 20th. Hope to see you on the stream. Y'all see that? Y'all see how I corrected that? Now you can add another picture up if you want, but I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna save. Now this piece right here. Now you also have an option. Let's go back to edit. Let's look at the edit. You also have an option whenever you're sharing something whether you want it to be public, just for your friends except for, you can go in there if you like that. And you even got more here. You know what I'm saying? Only me. You can have your own timeline where only you can see it. Or you can have specific friends. You can, you know what I'm saying? You got all these controls that you could use. So we're going to keep this public because we want as many people to see, because we do a lot of video on DiGyeTV and my name is attached to it. A lot of people come to my timeline and peruse my timeline. So boom, I save. We're done. All right. Now, also something else you could do. You can also go back. Let's go to edit history. Now, on here, you have something called tagging your friends. Now, what this does, you could go and type in your friends' names that you want to tag with this piece. And it's not even that hard, because like I could say Navita. Let's say Miss Navita. Type in the N-A, Navita pop up. Sister Natasha. We got a whole bunch of people on our timeline that will pop up. You know what I'm saying? That you could just put in there. All you got to do is click on the picture and it do it. But you could do that one by one if you want to do it. But I'm going to show you another way that's a little bit quicker. But it's still, all this still takes some time. So we're going to save. All right. So now I'm going to go down here to the share button. And we're going to go over how to do this on your phone too. So we go to share. Now you got share now in public. So you already shared it there. Share. Then it got the 3 dots. I don't know exactly what that means. So now, don't be scared. Let's not be scared. Let's click share. What do it mean? Oh, it's popping up. Oh, okay. Share on your timeline. Now, if you have many pages, I can share on my timeline, or it gets shared to your story. Y'all see that? You can share to your story, which we already did. Share on your timeline, which it got a check on it. We already did that. Share on a friend's timeline. You can click on this, and you can share to your friend's timeline. And you can write your friend's name in there. And all they will have to do is go through and approve it. Or you could go, all right, cool, I don't want to share on my friends. You can share in a group that you're in. You see that? You can share in an event, which we do have an event page, or you can share on your page. So I do have a page, so let's go and share on the page. And what pops up here is the page. I got Nguza Saba Challenge. I got Folk Tales for Grown Folks. I got G&J E-Course. A lot of these I don't even use. But, of course, we're going to share this on DiGyeTV. So we're going to post it up. Boom. So now I shared the DiGyeTV as well. You know what I'm saying? I can come back and share to the rest. And as you can see right here, you got 2 comments on there. I will check in tomorrow. And we got my Aunt Georgia Ellis, and she always pick up, she always encourages me, right? So, so we got, we doing pretty good. We got 7 shares on this. Allende West, Sister Roni, we got, there's a lot of people on here that's sharing. So now, what else we do? What else can we do with it, Brother Atim? Let's click share again. And it says share your story, share publicly. Now we're doing that. Or you could send a message. Did y'all hear me? You could personally pick out people that you want to share with. And now what this will do, it'll pull up, you could create a group. I wouldn't advise creating a group when you sharing something, because what happens is that every time somebody throws a thumb up, or every time somebody writes something in to it, it hits everybody that you share with. So if you got 300 people and you share with all 300 people, what happens is that you start getting on people's nerves. So you don't want to do that, right? So when you share, you want to go through and you want to individually share with people. Individually. You go through, right? And you can just click send. So now I will always suggest put a message. Like, here go my message. So I already got, please join us for our Tawi DigiFest coming June 20. Hope to see you on the stream. Now, fam, please help spread the word. Like and share with your friends and family. Now, a fatal mistake that we often make is we honestly think that people are going to do that automatically. When we are working with social media, we want to make sure that we are giving instructions on what we want to do. Now, if I send it and I just send a picture, all they got to do is look at the picture and it's cool. But what you want to do is you want to help people. You want them to understand what you want. We can't continue thinking that people automatically know what we want them to do. All right, you sent it to me. I looked at it. I seen it. So what? So we don't want to start a group. We want to send it to individuals. So we could go here. I go send it to him. It's going to him separately. And you see it popped up over there on the side. I can send it to Charles. You know, some of these people I might have already sent to. So they're going to hate my guts. But, you know, I want to do this so the elder. I know Illumina already got it. I already sent it to ADOS. I sent it to a lot of these people already. So let's go down. All right, let's start here. He's a Giammi Journey supporter. We got, there we go. And, you know, and I know there's a limit on how many you can send out in one day, right? So, and it's, believe it or not, it's a lot easier on the phone because I could just go through and just touch screen. If I had a touch screen, I go right through here and just send it, right? So he's like, boom, I got that one. You know what I'm saying? I got all these people on my thing that I can send it to. That one, and all of them will receive the same message, and it will tell them, giving them instructions on how to help you. We got to teach people how to help us, and we got to teach other people on how to use social media, because a lot of us don't know how to use it, because, you know, we might share some silly stuff, we might share some jokes, we might, you know what I'm saying, but we got to share. You know, this is what I need you to do. I need you to share it with your friends and your family. Let them know what's going on. If you support what we do, go and hook us up, help us out, right? So I'm going through this, so I'm going to hold you up with all that. I'll come back and I'll finish my list. And if I get off now, share in private message. You share it in a private message with other people. All right, so now what we're going to do is now I want to show you how to do the same thing on your cell phone. We're going to show you how to do the same thing on your cell phone. And the one thing that I want to stress is I beg you to learn to take advantage of your social network. Don't be like inboxing just everything. But when it comes to us, as far as growing as a community, us growing as getting more people to support Giammi, getting more people to come to Tawi events and to support Tawi and to support those things we love, we have to be the promoters. We are the promoters. Until we get to a point where we have an individual, in a sense, working for the community, and that's their job. You know what I'm saying? Their job is to promote everything we do. Even then, we still going to have to help. We'll have to give a little bit of assistance. All right? Freedom is not free. You know what I'm saying? And we got to understand that we have to be willing to make the sacrifice. And right now, the major sacrifice that many of us can make is time. Time. It takes a little bit of time to share this information. So let's move to the next phase of sharing using our cell phones. Now, the angle is going to be a little bit different. So because the cell phone is smaller and I had to use the technology I had to use is a little bit different, okay?
Peace, this is Brother Hatim, and it is cold as hell. And when I say hell, I mean hell, because I am one to believe that hell is actually cold. And given a choice between dying by fire or dying by ice, I think I would jump in the fucking fire. I'm just being honest, excuse my language. But you are worthy. Now, I changed the title of the show. I'm going to start keeping track of the nowhere, and we want to know where we're going. But this one came upon me this morning while I was running, because I got up and I started running, and let me tell you how cold it was. I started running. Well, first off, let me explain this. When I woke up this morning, it was 8 degrees below zero. And my mind started looking for every excuse not to get up. I didn't have to do the show, blah, 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 blah. But then I thought about it. If I was able to get up in this cold weather, do my meditation, of course, inside, then get up and run by my choice. Not because I had to, because I wanted to, because I desired to do it, because I desired to make the change. If I was to take that one small step, it was a pain. Please, brother Tim again, I want to apologize, so I'm going to have to make this quick, because I'm outside and walking my dog. I don't know what happened, but what I was saying was, hopefully y'all got that last part, but I figured that if I get up and do what I wanted to do, I want to help people make changes in their lives. I want to make change in my life. I want to make a difference. If I get up and do this one small step, this painful small step, and get out here and run, and then get up and do a show, then I will be setting a perfect example. I will be becoming the change that I want to see, and hopefully will motivate more people. Plus, it will be good for me. So I got up and I did it and I ran. And now I'm out here right now walking my dog. So let me finish with this small step. It's important that we start breaking up our goals into very small steps. Usually what happens is we set goals. We, at the beginning of the new year, on New Year's Eve, we make these big promises, or during birthdays, we make these big promises to ourselves about changes that we're going to make. But these changes are so big that they become overwhelming. So what we need to learn how to do is to start breaking it down in small steps. And let me give you an example from my life. When I'm a runner, and today while I was running, those of you that know in Ohio, it is one big sheet blanket. It's like the ice age is coming back. So I'm running in some 5-on-5 finger shoes, and I got to keep my balance. Now it's easier for me to keep my balance in those shoes, but I'm running on ice, or I got to run in the snow. So I prefer to run on the ice. So I'm running on the ice, and every time I try to extend my stride, every time I try to take a big step, I slip. Every time I try to take a big step, I slip. So I started shortening my steps. And as I start shortening my steps, I start finding out I start moving faster. I shortened my steps, and I was able to start running longer. Now, when I started shortening my steps, I started improving because I was able to focus a little bit more on the step. Now, and this is another thing I got while I was running. This was brought to my consciousness. I was running one day and I got real tired, and I told myself, just take one more step, one more small step. And by doing that, I was able to push myself to continue on my journey, to continue on my run by taking small steps. So when we start getting into setting our goals, we need to start setting up the small steps. We look at the big goal, the big overarching goal, but we set up small, achievable steps. I call them elements. We complete the elements of our journey. We go in someplace, we know where we want to go, but we know we got a whole bunch of points in between that we got to go through to get there. So let's go and respect those points. Let's get the focus on those points that they need, those elements that they need. And then also with each accomplishment of each element is a victory. And victory is addictive. Victory is fun. Victory is something that we like because we get to celebrate it. So what I'm saying is, when you set up these small steps, you set up small victories and get to celebrate those victories, and it makes it better and it makes it funner to achieve your goal. This is what I tell. Give yourself permission to make small steps. This is show 6, and I'll see you in the morning. With that, I say peace, and I pray that your day is as beautiful. Peace, family. My name is Brother Hatim. I'm a member of DiGyeTV, also known as DiGyeTV Media. And today what I want to talk to you about is unleashing the secrets of the Nguzo Saba. Family, listen to me. I got introduced to the Nguzo Saba in college. But in order for me to figure out how to make it work, it took me a lot of time, a lot of focus, and a lot of overcoming a lot of personal doubts about myself. So what I want to share with you today, I want to share with you a concept that I put together called the Players Pyramid. And it's like, you like Players Pyramid, you know, but it's a story behind it. So first off, man, I came up in the city of Akron, Ohio, and I always felt that either I was lucky or unlucky. When I was lucky, it was hot. When I was unlucky, it was not, right? So I ended up getting a scholarship to Ohio State because my grades was good enough. I scored well on the ACT. Of course, me thinking the way I'm thinking that it's all luck, right? So I end up at Ohio State, and because I thought I was there by luck, I started feeling intimidated because the demands of college was different than high school, and I thought that I was there because I was lucky, you know what I'm saying? I lucked up on the ACT, I lucked up on my grades. I really didn't fit, and I was trying to fake to fit in. And I started running to these classes, and they started demanding that you turn in papers. Now, in my high school, you know, you do a page paper, you could write it. At the most, I did 3 pages, and I had my mom or one of her friends type it for me, and it was cool. But then in college, we getting up to 10 and 15-page papers, and you really have to do the research, and you got to do all these notes. And I'm like, damn, I'm intimidated. And then I go to the math classes. I'm like, oh, shit, you know, this ain't, you know, I don't think luck is going to get me through. And for a long time, I was giving up my power to the thoughts that I was lucky, to the thoughts that, you know, and in being lucky, this means that at any given time, that luck can run out because either I had all the luck or I had none. So I had to come up with a concept. And another issue that I need to explain to you about myself is that when I was younger, man, I was always looking for some form of culture. I didn't know that what I was looking at, that's what it's called that I was looking for, but I was looking for a culture to plug into. And I knew I wasn't white. You know what I'm saying? So I went to what I thought was the next best thing. The oldest civilization, at least that they told me in my high school, was China. And I like the martial arts too. So, you know, I started, you know, looking into the Asian culture because according to what I learned in high school and junior high, the oldest monument in the world was the Chinese Wall, the Great Wall of China, right? And I'm sitting up here like, wow. So I'm wearing kung fu suits to school, dealing with the bullies and the joking because I was practicing martial arts, so I was able to handle myself. But I started to grow up out of that. And when I got to college, one of the first things that happened was I was invited to a class, and they started laying out African history, and I brought up the ancient wall of China, and they started laughing at me like, what? Dude, we got pyramids. What is you talking about? You talking about a wall. We talking about pyramids. And I got into the culture, and getting into the culture, I ended up getting introduced to the Nguzo Saba, which started a whole nother quest for me because I started wanting to not just know the history, but know what was it behind these individuals that would get them to be able to do some of the incredible things that I was finding out about, right? Because I knew that it was deeper than just people knowing history, and I knew that it was something deeper for me, and it's something deeper for you because the history, yes, the history is important, but what drove the historic figures to do what they did? What gave them the confidence? And that's the confidence that I needed in college. And I'm like, well, damn, if they were able to build these pyramids, and according to what I'm learning in school, they didn't even have the proper tools to do that. Like, wow. if they could build a pyramid, I could write a paper. I could get out these math courses. I could graduate and get my degree. So I started looking at the Nguzo Saba, because this was one of the first principal systems that was presented to me. And I looked at it and I said, damn, how can I use this to help structure how I do things? And in looking at it, I figured out the process through which I could use it in order to extract or pull out of myself what it was that I needed to do. So I had to change the process through which I walked through the Nguzo Saba so that I would be able to be successful at whatever I wanted to do. And by looking at the Nguzo Saba in a proper way, not only could I write papers, I could start businesses. Not only could I start businesses, I could build organizations. Not only could I build organizations, I could employ or help find others employment by learning how to use this process. And it's a simple process. But of course, you know, first you got to know the Nguzo Saba. And the Nguzo Saba is very simple, right? Umoja, which is unity. Kujichagulia, which is self-determination. Ujima, which is collective work and responsibility. Ujamaa, which is cooperative economics. Nia, which is purpose, creativity. And Kuumba, which is creativity. And Imani, which is faith. Basic tenets, basic ideas that are shared across cultures. But you got to know how to apply it to get out of it what you need to move to the next level in life. And along the lines, what I also developed was the 7 tools that you need to be able to move forward through building your pyramid. Now, let me explain, because I'm getting excited. Listen to me, I'm getting excited, because every time I talk about this, I get excited. All right, here we go. So, the idea of the pyramid came. Let's say when you look at the Nguzo Saba, it's stacked. You know what I'm saying? Because you write it, you don't usually write it across. You see it written up and down like a structure. I say, wow, that's a pyramid. Oh, base, and you move up, right? You got this pyramid structure with the Nguzo Saba if you use your imagination, right? And in order to build this structure, you need 7 tools, right? It's 7 tools that I have identified that if you apply them along with using the principles, family, I'm telling you, there's going to be nothing that you cannot do. You understand what I'm saying? And the most beautiful part about it is it's not coming out the Asian culture. It's not coming out the Hispanic culture. It's not coming out the European culture. It's coming out show culture. And that's what really made it stick with me, because family, after I found out, because you know, you got to understand, there's a certain point of anger and heartbreak that a young person goes through when he starts finding out that he's been lied to his whole life. My whole life, I'm thinking that I'm lucky. I'm thinking that my people hadn't done anything. So first off, I connected the whole idea, because I want y'all to think about this. This is how deep it was. I connected the fact that I was lucky to the fact that my people had never done anything. This is what I'm thinking. You know what I'm saying? This is what the education system had instilled in me. And then I get to college and I find out, damn, we did what? We did what? We was where? We were, and I was thrilled, but at the same time I was angry. But bringing it back around, by learning the Nguzo Saba and learning how to apply the Nguzo Saba, because that was the one thing that was missing from all of the celebrations, all of the discussion. How do you use this in your life? See, because a lot of people, family, we got to understand that Kwanzaa is deeper than the 26th of December to January 1st. And Nguzo Saba is deeper than the 7 days of Kwanzaa. The Nguzo Saba is something that if it's applied, it will change your very existence. It will change how you see the world. So family, I invite you to continue on the path, because we're going to cover some more, because like I said, I don't want to make the video too long because I can go on for a long time. So in the Players Pyramid, we cover the 7 tools. We break down the Nguzo Saba so that you can use it, and then also we give you the process through which you can learn how to apply it. Also, of course, we're going to cover some meditation and some other things. But listen, my time is up, and I know y'all got to go. So listen, join me for the next installment as we move from the Players Pyramid to what's next. And I think we're going to move into the lost art of storytelling. Alright family, this is Brother Hatim. I want to thank you, and I will see you soon.
Yo, this is Quasi Low in the Cap City, and you are listening to Giame Journey.
Stop! Yo, something Something tells me to kill him dead up in this piece. Angry frustrations I shall release, cause I'm about to let loose the beast. Ha! Hear ye, all you asshole MCs. It's time to throw a party for it's the doomsday of your leader, Captain Ass Crack. If you want protection, play the rear. No man in this world I fear. My sound beats down for your protection. I advise you wear headgear. I spill the beans on Bruce Wayne, known as Batman. Can't no crusader, just your average white man. Who me? I'm black man. More superhero than Letterman. I come equipped with joints like these to be the shit, removing the S to the back. And somehow I still make hits. Don't you look around, I leave you stinking like the space between an asshole and clitoris on a 50 homeless woman. No, ain't that some shit? You bite too many styles, that's not hard to believe. Your captain's Alibaba and you, one of the 40 thieves. Trying mocking, trying to reach my levels like peas when storm creates obese monstrous mechanisms like this. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked from a lack of respect because there is no competition. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked from a lack of respect because there is no competition. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked from a lack of respect because there is no competition. There is no competition. Competition is none. God bless the child who sparks it off like the sun. Ha! You don't understand. I be black man changing like a chameleon. I'm worth every bit of 6 million. MC rotisserie, they call me the colonel. From spirit, the six spice that brings about death, downfalls, and funerals. I do you stunt MCs like Knievel with my evil. Ask my lord, he broke the mold and made me the unbeatable. I am the shepherd when rhyming, bringing silence to the lambs. Clarice, with father veins in the nice candy, crumbling kingdoms that have the rulers resort to ruling shanties. Bringing crews, send them in the twos. I'm Noah. In the ring, I do him Apollo Creed. Ivan drag off the Balboa, constricting rhymes around neck, stopping breath, foot on neck. He can't breathe. Pierre, bring on tombstones and soft soil. Be all you can be. It ain't much. Ask any GI, I'm the builder, gets them caught up in the clutch. There's no survivors when they fuck around with the do-or-diver. Oh my God, Rizzo Rizakin is the live wire. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked from a lack of respect because there is no competition. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked from a lack of respect because of no competition. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked from a lack of respect because there is no competition. There is no competition. Competition is none. God bless the child who sparks it off like the sun. I clash like the Titan, took him harder than the Kraken. Stole by the head of Medusa. Beat this maneuver. Styles of brains of challenges like the industrial Hoover. I get them open like butt cheeks on a porno freak. Have them screaming something terrible like sorority grease. I be the greatest killer of all time. These mustache getting bouts to leave him KO on couch longer than Rip Van Winkle. With a flash, furious tongue that clashes clay like Cassius Hinkle. I land on them seas like abandoned islands. Sending out SOS, some old shit you ain't heard before. Leave the fifth mark, you're soft as Birdman. I hit homers and run like OJ, spilling a Bronco on the highway. Boy, you lying MCs sure are dandy, so I cross-pollinate to make you daffy lion pussy. Wallowing in a field of crabgrass ass rappers. Tell them to run, oh my God. Here comes Kid Law. Go tell your mama.
This is Adin Sheik, aka Ace, live from Shisha Lounge, and you are now listening to Giami Journey Radio.
Yeah. Y'all already know who it is. It's Mr. Mythic.
Yeah, these niggas sick, man. Why did you lace a beat like this? Why did you lace a beat like this, for real? What was you thinking? I was thinking this.
Whoever wanted a piece, it's about to get ugly, about to get gully. Full bottle of bubbly, headed for your scully. Hop in the cutty or the 9-8, hand on mine, and I'm flying straight down the highway. Who wanna get peace? Who wanna rest in pieces? I knew what Pop was talking about when he spoke about telekinesis and recent troublesome pearls. Got me holding on to the grip of a fully loaded barrel. I let it sing like a squirrel. Witness my pleasure and my pain. Giami house niggas going against the grain, trying to make some change, smoking Mary Jane just to release my tension. Crime life send niggas to another dimension. 46 nigga, get a grip, nigga, you get split. I guzzle the fifth with the heat on the buckle of my shit, nigga. A buck 50 you quit, but those who wanna knuckle up with this nigga, watch me bubble up your lips, nigga.
Like one day you're here, then the next day you gone. If it's death you fear, then you must live wrong. It's like one day you're here, then the next day you're gone. If it's death you fear, then you must live wrong.
I'm dedicated to this crime life movement. Don't let the foul shit you think can get your frame broken into fragments. My street sweeper like a dragnet. I knock skin off your cheekbone. Don't get caught home alone. I can handle niggas on my own. Look, my advice to you is play your position. These find you in a fucked up position. Man, why he gagging and shitting? Why he choking and pissing? I don't believe in impossible missions. All I need is a pistol, lighter fluid, and some G-Life henchmen who believe in that G.I. teaching. Got a team full of generals and pistols, we keep them. This is for the Black Hoodie Nation and critical thinkers. The bitches who ride with us, dog, they critical thinkers. We fresh in the game, but we the future's leaders. And you fuckers don't know Jones, but believe in Jesus.
Dog, where you going? I'm seeing him creeping. I already told you that I'm leaving him sleeping. Best believe he's something grim, and you're seeing him reaping. You talk shit, so go to church the way your ass be preaching. It's a must when I bust your heart rate decreasing. I gotta straight keep the heat, cause it's hate is season. The eight's the reason you flee the scene so recent. Try to call police to see my ass in the precinct. I don't believe it's an MC on the street can see me. Pretty soon you gon' see me on both those channels on TV, live and direct in 3D. So many motherfuckers wanna be like Scotty, I'm a beanie. Put one into his beanie. Dude, you better G-Easy. You'll be found in a lake face down and not breathing. Giami house, nigga, ain't no committing treason. After I'm done, nigga, you know your bitch, I'm skiing guarantee. No nigga can't defeat me.
It's like one day you're here,
one day you're here,
then the next day you gone.
The next day you gone.
If it's death you fear, then you must live wrong. It's like one day you're here, then the next day you gone. If it's death you fear, then you must live wrong.
You a bitch, why should I waste my time to buck you when I can snuff you and shatter your jaws with brass knuckles? I put this on my son, the house is a movement, this is the real world, and I'm happy you tuned in. Way before J-Lo, I was made in Manhattan, born a 80s kid. I can tell you about crack, man, these hating ass niggas, I got something for them. Pull up, that forehead yawning. I make songs for ladies, and I can get graphic by a black suit and jump your ass in a casket. Niggas get knocked, come home and swear they gangster. When on the inside, they soft as wet toilet paper. Every chick I meet, they fall in love quick. I don't know if it's personality or just the dick. Fuck a vest under the 2X, large T. Cause the only shots I'm taking is Henny at the bar, bitch.
It's like one day you're here, the next day you gone. If it's death you fear, then you must live wrong. It's like one day you're here, then the next day you're gone. If it's death you fear, then you must live wrong.
Nigga, you living wrong. Nigga, you living wrong.
Spoke to all them niggas, they said they ain't scared to die. I feel you, nigga, cause I ain't scared to kill you, nigga.
This is Brother Asaru, and you now listen to DiGyeTV Journey Radio. Peace.
Yo, this is Quasi Low in the Cap City, and you are listening to DiGyeTV Journey.
Stop! Yo! Something tells me to kill him dead up in this piece. Angry frustrations I shall release, cause I'm about to let loose the beast. Ha! Hear ye, all you asshole MCs. It's time to throw a party for it's the doomsday of your leader, Captain Ass Crack. If you want protection, play the rear. No man in this world I fear. My sound beats down for your protection. I advise you wear headgear. I spilled the beans on Bruce Wayne, known as Batman. Cape no crusader, just your average white man. Who me? I'm Black Man. More superhero than Letterman. I come equipped with joints like these to be the shit, removing the S to the back. And somehow I still make hits. Don't you look around, I leave you stinking like the space between an asshole and clitoris on a 50 homeless woman. Oh, ain't that some shit? You bite too many styles, that's not hard to believe. Your captain's Alibaba and you. One of the 40 thieves, trying my constraint to reach my levels like peas when storm creates obese monstrous mechanisms like this. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked from a lack of respect because there is no competition. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked from a lack of respect because there is no competition. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked from a lack of respect because there is no competition. There is no competition, competition is none. God bless the child who sparks it off like the sun. Ha! You don't understand, I be black man changing like a chameleon. I work every bit of 6 million. MC rotisserie, they call me the colonel. From spirit, the six spice that brings about death, downfalls, and funerals. I do you stunt MCs like Knievel with my evil. Ask my lord, he broke the mold and made me the unbeatable. I am the shepherd when whining, bringing silence to the lambs. Clarice, with father. While the veins in the night canties, crumbling kingdoms that have the rulers resort to ruling shanties. Bringing crews, send them in the twos, I'm Noah. In the ring, I do him Apollo Creed. Ivan drag off the Balboa, constricting lines around neck, stopping breath, foot on neck. He can't breathe, Pierre, bring on tombstones and soft soil. Be all you can be, it ain't much. Axe any GI, I'm the builder, gets them caught up in the clutch. There's no survivors when they fuck around with the do or diver. Oh my god, Rizzo Rizankin is the high wire. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked for my lack of respect, because there is no competition. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked for my lack of respect, because of no competition. I've been around and seen a lot of MCs get wrecked for my lack of respect, because there is no competition. There is no competition, competition is none. God bless the shot who sparks it off like the sun. I clash like the Titan, took him harder than the Kraken. Stole by the head of Medusa, beat this maneuver. Styles of grains of challenges like the industrial Hoover. I get them open like butt cheeks on a porno freak. Have them screaming something terrible like sorority grease. I be the greatest killer of all time. These must-I get about to leave him KO on couch longer than Rip Van Winkle. With a flash, furious tongue that clashes clay like Cassius Hinkle. I land on them seas like abandoned islands, sending out SOS, some old shit you ain't heard before. Leave the fifth mark, you're soft as Birdman. I hit homers and run like OJ, spilling a Bronco on the highway. Boy, you lying MCs sure are dandy, so I cross-pollinate to make you daffy lying pussy. Wallowing in a field of crabgrass ass rappers, tell them to run, oh my god. Here comes Kid Lock.
Peace, family. This is Brother Hatem coming at you live. I want to thank you for taking a 21-day Nguzo Saba challenge. If you have this video, you have taken the challenge, and I thank you. I want you to understand that this whole thing is about making you uncomfortable, right? Why, Brother Hatem? Why do you want people to be uncomfortable? Because we have become used and have become comfortable with being humiliated. We have become used to being in bad relationships. We have become used to being in bad money situations. We have become used to taking the scraps off of everybody else's table. And it's time for us to become uncomfortable. So some of the small steps that I have for you in the Nguzo Saba challenge is to push you into the state of uncomfortableness so that you can feel what it feels like. Listen, cold shower, uncomfortable. A warrior diet, uncomfortable. Getting up an extra hour early so that you could keep up with what's going on with the Nguzo Saba challenge, uncomfortable. I am forcing you out the comfort zone because in the comfort zone rests failure. In the comfort zones lies mediocrity. It's time for us as a group, as a tribe, as a family to start getting out of our comfort zone. All right, so what I'm going to share with you today is the 21-day Nguzo Saba challenge journal. All right, I'm going to show you how to use it, and we're going to make it real quick, right? Because I got a nice little write-up for those of you that won't take the time to see the video. You just want to jump in it. I would suggest that you take about 7 days to think about whether or not you're going to continue with the challenge. But I want you to do the reading. I want you to start reading up on some of the materials and reading up on some of the health benefits, some of the mental benefits, some of the physical benefits, some of the emotional benefits. I want you to do some research, right? But most importantly, I want you to be uncomfortable. I want you to get in that state. I want you to get in that state so that we can move to a whole nother level together, right? I want you to realize that you are not in this alone. You'll receive a link so that you can join our private group on Facebook so that you know you have a support group. Yeah, I get a ding every time you get on there so that I know that if you need to talk with me, you can. I'm making myself available, and other people in Giami is going to make themselves available to help you. So at this point in time, if you need a coach, I'll be the coach. If you need a big brother, I'll be the big brother. If you need a friend or somebody to talk to, I'll be that for you as well. But push through the challenge. Push through. All right. So stay tuned. All right. So I found me a bottle of that ambrosia. Not full. I think it. Woo! Did y'all hear that shit? Man, I'm telling y'all, I got to rewind that shit and see that. Look at that. This is gonna be some good ass drink. Did y'all hear that shit? Oh, man. Hold on, I got to let y'all see that pour.
Was that your bottle?
That was my, oh, you heard it upstairs?
Yeah, my door was closed and everything.
That's that ambrosia red. Oh my God. I can't wait to taste that. Oh my God.
We keep forgetting that. So we have to yeah, but so like.
Peace, family. Great to see you, man. I'm glad you came back for day 2. Now get ready. Listen, family. I am the storyteller. And the thing that really captured me when I really got back into our culture, when I really started studying our culture, was the role of the storyteller and the role of the story, right? The importance of the story. Now, we often in these times overlook the power of stories, right? You know what I'm saying? We relegate it to children. Like, we do a lot of other stuff that's very important. We're going to get into some of that later on in some of these videos and in our future discussions, right? We regulate a lot of these things that our ancestors left for us to our children, right? So we have lost, in a sense, in our community, in many ways, the true art of storytelling. Now, we got to understand that the story played a central role in building and holding the culture together. Now, we come into European societies and they constantly throw up old stories at us. But I have to ask you a question, family. Were our ancestors stuck on old stories? If new situations arise, would they try to apply the story to a new situation, even though the story didn't fit? We got to understand that the story was deeper than just telling children things so that they could go to sleep. What the story did, the story gave you clues and ideas on how to solve problems, and it also recorded events so that we would have them in our collective memory so that we could overcome obstacles. So when new situations come, new heroes come. Speaking of heroes, let's get into that real quick. So the title of this segment, because I'm jumping so fast, family, I'm so excited. You know what I'm saying? I'm so excited to be able to have an opportunity to talk with you. Please understand and please bear with me. The Lost Art of Storytelling is the title of the section. The subtitle is Folk Tales for Grown Folk. Alright, I have a reason for that. And in order for us to understand the story, we first got to understand a process that was eliminated when we came to these shores. In all of our cultures throughout history, one of the things that you find that is common is a rites of passage process. See, because I got to get into this, family, because this is something that we're missing, and this is what I discovered in the last video with the Players Pyramid, because the Players Pyramid gave me a process. And what a rites of passage is a process from one phase of life to another phase of life. But once again, one of the things we did when we started dealing with rites of passage in America, through these Western lenses that we're wearing, we started regulating rites of passage to the children. Family, let me tell you something. Our people were generational people. What I mean by that is we understand that we're constantly going through cycles and we always return. So rites of passage brought you from childhood to teenager, from teenager to adult, from adult to an older adult, and a wiser adult, and from a wiser adult to a full-fledged elder. And the last step of the rites of passage was taking you into the ancestor realm. Your last initiation was the ultimate death. But according to our people, that didn't mean nothing. And we're going to cover that in this course too, family. I'm not playing with you. I got it. I got the information for you. Listen to me. So now, getting back to the story, the lost art of storytelling. So the story usually illustrates a hero, or it has a lesson in it for the individual, but you just got to know how to get in there and get it. And this is what we're going to do with you, through Geometry, because I like to make my people, we call it Geometry, being symbol literate. Right? A story is a big symbol, and you have to be able to have like Sherlock Holmes had a little magnifying glass and be able to go through it and find the message for you. Another term that we use in Geometry Journey is crystallized wisdom. We believe that our ancestors left us crystallized wisdom in different forms. Story is one of them. Story is a major one of them. And left us the tool. They didn't just leave us old stories so we could stay stuck on old stories. They left us examples of old stories so that we could start developing the stories that we need to get out the situation we in right now. Our ancestors wrote and told their way out of the situations that they were in. We're in a situation. We need to reawaken the storyteller within each and every last one of us. Right? So, going back to the rites of passage piece. Listen. In rites of passage, which is basically the community taking you through that culture's story. It's so simple and it's so deep that it's just mind-boggling. I want you to think about it. The culture, your people take you through your cultural story. You become the hero. You receive the call. That's the first step of a story, and that's also the first step of rites of passage. Whether it's a call through age or a call through situations, you are called. The hero in the story is called on an adventure. You can either go willingly, which is called being a willing hero, or you could go reluctantly. That's called being a reluctant hero. Now, the example of a reluctant hero is in the Bible. They talk about Jonah. Jonah was a hero that said, I'm not going where you want me to go. So because he refused, he became a reluctant hero and ended up having to be in that place. See, because what the stories tell us is, family, you can't fight your destiny. You were born for a certain reason, and you have to fulfill that reason. Every last one of us, and we're going to get into this when we start talking about libations, right? Listen, and that's later on. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm getting excited. So the first step is the call. You receive the call. In the second part of the story, right? Or the second part of rites of passage, you are separated from everything you know. So in the art of storytelling, there's a call, and then there's a separation of the hero or the group, or you know what I'm saying, or the animal, depending on what. There's a separation. You move into another world. In that world, you are initiated. That's the third phase, right? You're initiated, and you're turned into something different. You die and are resurrected. Now, this is all symbolic, family, right? It's symbolic. And I could go through from Avengers Endgame all the way back to almost any movie you want to talk about, because I'm gonna get into the. Let me finish. I'm so man. Whew, listen. The initiation, which is where you receive the secrets. In the story, the hero gains something, gains a knowledge to overcome a personal problem, or to overcome the villain within the story. You know what I'm saying? Rites of passage, this is where you are proven worthy to receive the secrets of the culture and receive the responsibility of maintaining that culture. Last but not least, reintroduction, where you come back and you bring back the gifts that you received in this other realm back to your community. You defeat the villain, and you go home. The cycle starts all over again. You receive another call, you go on another adventure. That is the basics of storytelling, right? And in every story, you could find that pattern or a pattern very similar. That if you learn how to use it, you can go in and do what we call wisdom mining on any story and get the lesson that's in it for you. Let me tell you how cold our people are. Family, in our stories are layered. What do you mean, Brother Tim? Layered means that when you listen to our stories, and when we start telling stories, and when we become good at stories, we layer the stories. Where the story, when you hear it as a child, you hear it as a child. You understand it as a child. But as you get older, you listen to the story again, or you read the story again, and you experience it in a different way. You remember what you heard as a child, but you hear more when you're a little bit older. And when you become an adult and you hear the story, you remember the first 2 levels you heard it at, but then you start getting deeper insights from the story than you heard before. Our stories and our wisdom is layered so you can get it on the level that you're at, realizing there's always another level that you have to go to. Stories take us within ourselves so that we can start really evaluating what's going on with us. These stories were told and taught so that we wouldn't have to bump our heads as a group, as a culture, even as an individual. Because how many, we always talk about the hard knock life. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that's always living the hard knock life. They got to bang their head before they get it. But there's some of us out here who just through listening to an individual story can get the message and avoid the head banging. You don't always have to hit your head in order to grow, in order to get someplace. You can listen to the lessons that are in stories and avoid the traps. Now, because I want you to think about this, how important stories were to culture. In the stories, the wisdom will be passed on from generation to generation. And let me stress this, every generation had a responsibility to add something to that reservoir of wisdom for those coming after them. The question we have to answer for ourselves is, have we been leaving anything in the story reservoir as far as our culture? Through the stories, a culture is able to evolve. Do you understand? A culture is a living, breathing idea, and it lives in the people, and it is spread through the stories, right? Like, you know, they talk about on the internet a meme. That's like a culture. A culture is like a meme. It's like a group meme that is passed from generation to generation, and it's passed. One of the ways that it's passed is through stories. So this is why I had to talk about the lost art of storytelling, and through the lost art of storytelling, what we have developed is a framework through which you can learn to look at stories and start extracting the wisdom. Do that. You get out there and do that dirty work. You know what I'm saying? We call it that wisdom mining. In mining, you're looking for something precious, and you have to dig. You have to get dirty. So a lot of times in these stories, you got to dig, and you got to get through the dirt and the dust and the mud and what's ever down there, and dig until you find that precious jewel, and be able to recognize the jewel or the valuable substance, right? And we call it crystallized wisdom. And you're able to add that jewel to your life. How many stories have we been watching, have we been listening to, that we done missed the whole idea behind it, the whole message that's being echoed to us? How many stories have we relegated? We relegated to children that were really developed for us. Family, one of the reasons I started a show called Folk Tales for Grown Folks, right, is because after reading Aesop Fables, I said he didn't write this for no children. He wrote this for adults. Children can listen, but he wrote the stories for adults because some of the lessons that come out those stories are profound, and we're missing them because we want to. I'm an adult, I'm too big for stories, but yet you go to the movies. See, because I want you to understand how big of an industry storytelling is. Please, family, you got to. I want you to think about that. How much money do the movie industry make? How much money does the book industry make? How much money does the music industry make? And how much are we involved in all of those? And we are the original storytellers. The Europeans have taken the story and conquered the world. It's their stories that's being told. And what I'm saying is right now, it's time for us to awaken the storyteller back in us. Not only so that we could define stories and tell stories to our children, but start developing the stories that will help us get out of this madness that we are in right now. Many of our people are out there waiting for the right story to stimulate them. It's not the idea necessarily of just Jesus doing the things that Jesus did that move people. It's the story of Jesus. Stories move culture. And when we start understanding that, we will empower ourselves. Family. So I'm just so excited to, so what we have, like I said, we created a format through which you are able to go down and break down these stories. And I'm going to do a quick story for you. This story is called Where You See Shit, I See Fertilizer. And this is based on a true fact, right? Because, family, we got to start erecting these stories to get us up out of here. And before I get into the story, and I wanted to say this. There's a movie out right now called When They See Us. That's the story. There was a movie out called Birth of a Nation. And there's a lot of other stories that I have not went to go see. Because the issue that I have is that I know the endings of these stories. And these stories, rather than taking us into an infinite potential, an infinite spiral upward, I believe keep us caught in a tight circle. Don't get me wrong, the stories are important. And the movie, I understand, is changing lives. But sometimes, for me personally, I don't want to get caught in the loop. I didn't want to go see the Nat Turner story because I know how the Nat Turner story ends. Right? Unless they changed it a little bit. I didn't want to go see that story because I already know how it ends. And family, we need to start creating stories that catapult us into victory. For example, Spook Who Sat by the Door. If you haven't seen the movie or read the book, I want you to check that out. Right? Story that leaves a potential for victory. Alright, so here's the story. Where you see shit, I see fertilizer. Right? So, coming up under the elders that I came up with, I had an elder who would go to prisons and teach classes, and one day he assigned me to do it, and that one day turned into about a 2-year process. That's how we get down in my family, right? In my overall tribe. My Baba said, listen, I'm going to take you up here one time, and at one time ended up being a 2-year thing that I ended up doing, and it was my pleasure because I got to serve the community. I got to serve an aspect of the community that really deserved some work and really can prosper from what I was bringing. So anyway, I would have to do it. It would be like an hour 15 minute drive once a week. And I got a sleeping issue. Those that know me know I got a sleeping issue. So I have to pull over and rest. You know what I'm saying? It's not that I'm tired. It's just that if I'm doing the same thing over and over again, I fall asleep. So I would stop, and I happened to stop at this like a fruit stand type place. I would stop there and I would park because it's country roads, and I would park there. And when I started, it was late fall going into winter, so it was closed. So, and I would stop there on the way, and I would stop there on the way back so that I could go and get my head together because it was like almost halfway in between. So as the winter went, and I'm driving in the winter months, spring comes, and then all of a sudden it opens. So I stopped one day on the way back, and I get up, and then I got some fruits and the they got the stand is open. So I go up and I'm looking around, and an old white man look at me and say, "Hey, I see you be coming through here a lot, you know." I explained, "Yeah, I got a sleeping issue. I fall asleep and stuff like that." And he looked at my license plate. He said, "You from Columbus?" I said, "Yeah, I'm from Columbus." He said, I used to live in Columbus too." I said, "Oh yeah?" He said, yeah, I used to run," and he named the company. I won't name the company, but it's a big, powerful company in Columbus. I said, "Well, how you end up on the farm?" He said, "Oh, that's a long story." I said, "Well, I got time because I on my way home and I, He said, he said, "Come on, sit down, grab a seat. You want some coffee?" He gave me some coffee, gave me some fruit. He said, "Listen, when I was younger, I was totally focused on my career. I destroyed 2 marriages. I neglected my children for my career. And I was consumed. And the job became, at that time, I thought, overwhelming because I can't keep a family together. I'm making excellent money, but I'm not living life." And I said, "I need to live life." So one day I took a break, and I just happened to come home, and somebody in the house left the TV on. And what came on the TV was a show called Green Acres. And he started singing the song, "Green Acres is the place for me. Farm living is the life for me. Land spread it out so far and wide. Keep Manhattan, just give me the countryside." And I looked at it because this story was about a New York banker. I said, I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm sitting here with a crazy man." He said, "But listen, I saw that story." And I said, "Well, damn, that character, if he could do it, I could do it. Hell with this. I got enough money." Boom. So I went in my office because it was real stressful and shit, and I was having problems in the office anyway. And I said, "Listen, I'm done." I took my severance package and I came out here and I bought this farm. I said, "Well, damn, wow, how's it doing?" He said, "Man, it's doing great now. But I ain't finished the story yet." I said, "Okay." He poured me some more coffee. He said, and I'm telling you this for a reason, because you told me you work in a prison, right?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "That's good. That's good. That's good work." So when I got out to a farm, I didn't know shit about the farm. I had the money to get the farm, and I wanted to learn it because I needed to keep busy. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, boom, I'm concerned about this money running out. I'm concerned about all this stuff. I'm concerned about whether I made this right decision. I'm concerned about my kids that I don't spend enough time with. So I need some real time to work and really get familiar with the land, but I didn't know what the hell I was doing. My first season, I couldn't even get nothing to grow. And I had animals, because I bought the farm as it was. They had animals and stuff. And the animals were shitting everywhere. And I was like, all this shit around here starting to remind me of my job, So I just started piling up the shit. And other farmers would come around and look at the pile and be like, "Hey, what you doing with that?" He said, I don't know. Can I have it?" I'll be like, "Sure." So they take it, and I'll be like, "Thank God I got that off my hands," and now, but my crop's not growing, and, I got to go pay all this money for more dirt, and I'm still trying, and I can't get it right. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, I have to get some help on this farm. Right? So one day, I get all this shit piled up. I said, I'm going to have to hire somebody. An old man just happened to come through, and he's like, "Yo, I see that you bought this farm. This is a great farm. The land is good." And he saw the pile of shit. He said, "Young man, what are you doing with that over there?" He said, "You talking about that pile of shit?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I don't know." He said, "Young man, you don't know a lot. Look, I'm gonna help you out." So the old man took time with me and showed me how to use this stuff that I was calling shit. He showed me what it was. He taught me about it, right? And I was able to bring on help. But I stopped giving away what I thought was shit, right? And I said, okay, I hear you. I hear you. And he said, come with me. You're not getting the story. Come on. So I walked with him. I said, oh shit. I said, come on. So we started walking back towards the barns, and there's a big pile of what looked like dirt, and we're walking towards it. And I say, and my eyes start watering, and we getting closer, and he's smiling, looking at me. I said, this man, he crazy. He about to kill me. And I'm looking for escape routes just in case. Like, he look at me, he say, son, what is that? I said, sir, look like a pile of shit. He said, that's it. That's exactly how I looked at it until I got the wisdom of this elder man, and he told me that this was not shit. This was fertilizer. And son, what I'm trying to tell you is that if I had known what this little bit of wisdom from this lesson that this man taught me, it would have changed my business life. It would have changed my relationship life. And as it changed my farming life. I said, what you mean? He said, listen, you look at it and you see a pile of shit. I see fertilizer. That fertilizer brings life to these fields. What you see is shit. I'm able to take and use it to create life that promotes life to other people. That apple that you ate earlier came from fertilizer that came from what you call shit. If I would have been able to look at the business, the problems that I had in my business as fertilizer rather than more shit being piled up on me, I would have had a better business career. If I would have been able to look at what was going on in my relationship as rather than more shit, looking as fertilizer, me and my first wife, or even my second wife, could have grown old together. But because I continued to focus on it and call it shit, I missed out on a big portion of my life. But I learned my lesson. And I'm telling you this because you're going to a place where people are put there and society looks at them as shit. And I need for you to understand, young man, that you need to learn how to be able to see fertilizer. See the power of stories? That's based on a true story. Base. But yo, I can't wait for y'all to come back tomorrow. So today we covered the storytelling process, right? And also, we have a framework available for you so that you can start learning how to break down these stories. Family, listen, it was a pleasure, and I can't wait to replicate with you tomorrow. Come back and see your family. Peace.
AYIMBUBE is an acronym, Mind, Body, and Universal Balance Empowerment Institute. It is also Zulu. It means lion, of course. With that, we're working with resiliency. We're working with trauma-informed care. With all of the mind-body connections that we need to not only address so many of our ills, but also to heal from them. giant step that does it. It's a lot of little steps. Author unknown. How do you regulate? Yoga, meditation, and Bube. Mind, body, universal balance, empowerment. We're waiting for you. How do you regulate?
To have melanin embedded in our skin is a gift.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black? Too strong? Yeah.
We were born to be great.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black?
Born to be great.
For businesses around the world, today isn't a restart, it's a rethink. That's why they're partnering with IBM to change how they work. From supply chains to customer service, let's put smart to work. Visit ibm.com/smart to learn more.
Peace, this is Brother Hatil. I'd like to welcome you to the journey. Today I'm joined by my uncle, Umar bin Hassar, from the Last Poets. And I just want to talk to him a little bit and let him drop some knowledge on us. I'm gonna just be free flowing. So Umar, if you could, go and let the people know who exactly you are.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm Jerome Julian or Hank Julian or whoever they used to call me back in Akron, Ohio. Being the father name. I was athlete, star athlete at Akron South. Akron West Junior High School. Lived on the west side. Grew up in the bottom of North Akron, so hung out on Howard Street, Rooster Avenue, put all that game together and decided to go to New York and become a Last Poet. So boom, voila, here I am.
How did you end up, because the name of my show is called The Journey. How did you embark on the journey to go to New York? Because I know it kind of had to be kind of hard to leave everything, because you from Akron. You jumped up and you left. Could explain to my people out here what it took in you to get up and leave. What moved you to have to leave Akron?
Well, first of all, you remember we had that little ride back in 1968 on Worcester Avenue?
I wasn't born till 68.
We had this little ride, and the thing was that we had gotten tired of the Akron Police Department humiliating and using us, our fathers, our grandfathers, and we decided to just, go and step up and join the rest of the basketball. See what happened, what brought about the initiation of our action, riot or whatever it was, up in the Huff area. They'd already rioted the year before. You know, they burned stuff down in the Huff area. Matter of fact, one of the brothers who was a capitalist for that riot, Ahmed Evans, we had run to and talked to him, and he had said, you know, it's time to get down now. It's time to do this. You know, it's time to get these, you know, so-and-so's off our back. And, you know, and Ahmed Evans at that time told me one of the most honest things ever, any of the so-called revolutionaries told me. He said, when they go down, I'm going to be on the rooftop shooting cops. And that's just where they got him, on the rooftops. He had killed 3 cops in Cleveland, up there. So that was happening at the time, because he had the stuff all around the country and riots and stuff. So, but the thing I was saying, you know, the Akron Police Department was, you know, and it wasn't all white people, but the Akron Police Department had their own little so-called difficult relationship, you know, with a lot of black men, you know, you can like them. So all of a sudden, there was something that happened on the east side. Someone said, oh man, they didn't kill the brother on the east side. All it did, it could have been just a rumor, it couldn't have been a lie, it could have been just something else, an assumption. But that's all it took at that time back in those years for somebody to say, you know, they didn't kill the brother somewhere. So next thing you know, we throwing stuff on Worcester Avenue, we going down Main Street, begging at Leroy's jewelry store, you know, and these guys are shooting at us coming up past that canal down, and we come up that hill trying to get to Water Street. They shoot real bullets. So, boom, on that night it kind of cooled down, but the next night we back out again. I'm one of the so-called instigators. I'm right in the middle. He's like, yeah, man, do it, everybody. Okay, hey, we go follow you this time, because you know yourself, you know, I tell them, black people in Africa, they weren't all that black. They wasn't, most Indians, they were reactionary. They weren't anything about Africa or blackness or consciousness. They wanted to go to Firestone and Goodyear and Goodrich and get them jobs and get
right.
jobs. So, but this time, I don't know, the young people at the time, like people like Wayne Thompson and Dr. Watts and all them people, you know, your father and myself and, you know, and Lemuel Freeman and all the street people. We said, hey, come on, man, let's go down. And we tried it. So, boom, another day happened. So, and the second day happened was, boom, there's a little more stuff happened. And then the third day happened. They got my picture on the front page of the Beacon Journal, my hands in the hand, the National Guard. Got a gun in my back, and my mother said, all the niggas, they had to take that to catch you. So, boom, one more night we go down. But this time, we had a place on Moose Avenue where it should be the barbershop, the corner, and Raymond used to be a barbershop, but we turned it into the Black United Front. And it was our headquarters. So, we stood in there, you know, we were supposed to be off the street, but we stayed off the street. You know, we was messing with them, playing when we were off the street. We run, so the cops, okay, we come in there after you. Next thing I know, man, the Goodwill, the first black cop in, the third black cop, they set him up to try to, you know, con us and getting off the stage. But what happened was, this one cop who I hated, I know it pushed Goodwill out the way, and they came in, them, the cops, the gas mask, and National Guard, they came in, we was doing hand-to-hand in that little place, man, that little office run. And so, boom, they outmanned us, they had better equipment, so you know, most of us have been put in this, what they used to call them, the
paddy
wagons. Yeah, they put us all in the paddy wagons. What they do, they left all the vents in the paddy wagon, and they was throwing gas in on us, man. That was the worst ride we ever had down to the jail in Akron, Ohio, man. They were throwing in gas bottles. Some of us was choking, and some of us, yeah, hold on, brothers, and some of us said, fuck it, hold on, shit, they trying to kill us. So we got to the jail, man. And brothers had their pants, you know, some niggas got, you know, was in their tangerine orange and they powder blue, their pants had been beat off of them, their dress torn, and so we all in jail. But I'm telling you though, you know what I tell them, for the first time, man, I was happy, a lot of brothers are still up. And a lot of us was happy, man, even some of us who didn't want to do this a year, man, we're still up like the police department. And it was a good thing. So, you know, basically they took up easy bail, our mothers came down and bailed, stuff, put up collateral and let us out. So about 2 days after that, the Akron Police Department sent a letter of recruitment to my house. And my mother said, you know what this is about, don't you? Because, you know, at that time, 68, 67, you know, in Akron, if they couldn't set you up, they set you up, you know. And then they had a lot of, you know, Akron was known as split city, so they had a lot of those brothers who didn't like being black or they wanted to be black working with the police department. So I guess they must have told, Hank Schuling, he was one of the instigators, he was one of, so boom. And that time I got fired from my job at Firestone Town Rubber because the people in the administration office saw that picture of the National Guard.
Right.
So that night I went to work this supervisor, his name was Breckenridge. I hated him anyway. I like him anyway. He came to the gate and met me at the gate. So, you don't want to no more. We don't need this house. I said, all right. So here I am now. The Akron Police Department. They wanted me to come down and recruit for their so-called police force. I ain't got no money. I said, what am I going to do? Oh, I know my sister had a record player. She had one of them, record players that you put all the records on, you put the little thing on, they drop one by one, they play 13 accords. So I found her record player. Got $25 for it. And at that time, a trip from Akron, 1968, well, that was the city it was in 1960, when we returned in 1969. At that time, a ticket from Akron, Ohio, New York was just $15.
Wow.
So, okay, boom, we kind of made all the little stops along the way to get food, and but by the time I got into Washington, by the time I got to New York, I only had 22 cents in my pocket, a pair of jeans, and a book of poems. That's all I had when I got to New York City.
Your poems?
And my poems. In 1969, February 1969, I had 22 cents in my pocket, a book of poems, and a pair of jeans in a bag, a brown bag.
You ain't stopped since?
I ain't stopped since. So everybody, what's happening? Oh, my God, and my mother and my sister, nobody knows. I got to get out of Akron because I know I thought some misfortune was going to come my way sooner or later. So about a year later, though, because I had been telling people, too, that I was going to be a poet. I was going to be a poet because I had met the last poets that summer of 68, and that spring of 68 in Yellow Spring, Ohio, at Antioch College. And then, well, you can see that some of the people who were there. It was Guyland Kane, it was Abby O'Doon, it was Felipe at that time, and it was David Nelson. But the people who I met at Antioch College, they was Abby O'Doon, Felipe, and Guyland Kane. So I guess what they was doing with the poetry, man, and Doom told me, well, okay, man, this is like what we're doing, put yourself together and come up to our place. They had a loft, a cultural loft called the East Winds on 125th Street. But before I did it, I had to go through that little thing and happen, a little police ride.
Right.
Anyway, when I got to New York, I looked for, I found him. He took me to this hotel on 71st Street in Broadway, the Alamac Hotel, which was used as a dormitory for Sikh students. It was a Sikh dormitory. Those were minority students who couldn't stay on the campus of City College.
Right.
She was like the minority students didn't have the money. So he got me hooked up in there. So now I knew I had come to New York to become a last poet. I told everybody before I left, before the ride, people used to laugh at me, friends, and family laughing. He wanted me to poet. All the pimps was running them. I was going to check some of them hoes and some of them faces. I said, no, I ain't going to be no pimp. I'm going to be a poet. And they was like, oh, hey, y'all ain't going to be a poet. This nigga's crazy. But now, a year later, after I did that poem for Abby O'Doon in that dormitory, and I got on the album, about a year and a half later, when the album went back, about a year and a half later, when the album went back to Akron, everybody go, oh, that's my boy, that's it, yeah. And so, man, boom, that's my history, how I became a last poet. That's how I made that journey. That's how I'm still making that journey. Like I was telling everybody today, to be a little black boy from projects of North Akron and, broken family and poor, and then boom, make that journey and say I'm going to go do what I want to do with my mind stuff, and to been all over the world, places like the Vatican, and I mean, 2 years ago we wound up in Croatia. I said, what the fuck I'm doing in Croatia? These people know about the last poet. They come up with me with that first album and platinum a year, man. We just waiting for y'all to get there. So it's been a very wonderful journey. I have no regrets, man. I have no regrets. I've had my ups and downs in this life, in this world, but that's all part of my journey. That's all part of me being a human being. So right now, if I was to leave out of here born, but just right after this interview, I was have a heart attack, I'd be okay. I'd be smiling on my face because I did what I wanted to do. I believed in that dream. I followed that dream. I believed in that journey. I made that journey. I'm quite happy and blessed, man, to be here at this time and this part of my life.
Man, you know what? Because that was concise, that was clear, and you covered every aspect of the hero's journey. The calling, the challenge, the initiation,
the realization.
I mean, you made it very clear. So, I mean, we really don't need to go no farther. This is Brother Hakim. I'd like to thank you for joining us on this journey. Check out my blog at www.DiGyeTV.com. And I want to thank my uncle, Mr. Umar bin Hassan, the last poet, the one that wrote and originated, niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas are scared of revolution.
And I was thinking about all them niggas in Akron when I wrote that poem. That's what I was thinking about. Niggas, all them niggas, all my images. That's what I was talking about when I did that poem. Niggas,
wow.
I was about the niggas that stand on the corner of Rooster Avenue and Raymond and Howard Street, and I was talking about them niggas I was putting out there, Jack.
Wow. I mean, in a sense, niggas are scared of revolution was an actual experience that you went through that you just shared on the Gianni journey.
That's all.
Damn. And it's a small world because, you know, my whole life, like I heard the Last Poets, and I moved up to Columbus, and I got into the Black Conscious Movement, and I started listening to the Last Poets, and one of my favorite cuts, of course, was Niggas Are Scared of Revolution. And all this time, you know, I'm like, damn, you know, and then I finally met you because Quojo brought you here, and we started talking, and I found out you from Akron, and then I said some names, and you like, damn, I know your daddy. I know how your mama doing, blah, blah, blah. And then I go speak to my mom, I say, why you ain't tell me you knew somebody last week? I said, who? I said, Umar Ben Hassan. She said, Hank? I said, what? Yeah. So all this time, you see me walk around with dreads, with African shit on it, and all this. You never said nothing about knowing one of the people that is responsible for me even learning how to think. Because if I would have just stayed in Ohio State, I would have never learned how to think. I would have learned how to follow orders. Yeah. The Niggas Are Scared of Revolution was one of those things that snapped me into being able to think.
Well, that is what I'm going to do that call from you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Joe. I don't know what you just said, because we just talking about that video that you wrote on that. I was saying, I tell you, the one who said it deep, he's going into the real deep stuff. But again, I can see what the point that you are saying. Well, your daddy was a thinker too. You may have lines up, but you know, he just wasn't he wasn't stupid. He was a thinker. He just that drugs in all of us. I was part of that drug, part of that chemical warfare. I can do that. So, and it's impressive. I know niggas who could do martial arts and run through walls and walls, but they wound up on crack too, sleeping in Central Park West, right beside me. So, you know, it got some of the best of us. You know?
Oh yeah, I mean, but that's the nature of warfare.
That's the nature of warfare.
You know what I'm saying?
But to survive that and come back and not be a victim of it, that's the most beautiful thing. And that's what I'm grateful for, because, you know, a lot of people thought, you know, Omar going to wind up like Marvin Gaye or, you know, David Ruffin or Huey Newton or Gil Scott. I said, no, I'm not. I don't want to wind up like that. Because, you know, my thing, you know, I was a winner in that, but I was on winning football teams and balance and
well, you went to South. You ain't know nothing about winning.
You know what I'm saying, you know? So I was a winner, man. I ain't going out like this. No, man. But just like LeBron said, I ain't going out like this either. He's going to act with me.
Right.
I know that look. Remember that look they showed LeBron when he was in that fourth game? Was it the third game when he was making all them shots and stuff? And he showed that look on him like he was looking out from under his eyes like he was evil.
Right.
See, I knew what that look was. See, that look was some of that Worcester Avenue, Post Howard, funky South Side, up from the bottom North Akron shit. I said, these niggas don't know. They getting ready to get their hands ripped up in this room.
Hey.
Boy, he did that look. I said, I know where LeBron go. He getting ready to throw down tonight, man. And he did. And he did. I'm glad he did. He threw down on the night when they didn't think he was going to take it all the way through. So, Akron, Ohio, I'm telling you, you know, people talk about if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. If you can make it in Akron, Ohio, you can make it anywhere. Trust me.
You heard it on the journey. This is Brother Hatim. I'm saying peace. We like to thank Brother Umar, and I'm going to send him a link. And also, I'm trying to hit him up to the Gumroad. So y'all be looking for his stuff on Gumroad real soon and support what he does, because artists depend on the patrons in order for us to survive. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of y'all been getting shit for free. Stop getting shit for free and support my uncle. With that, I'm going to say peace.
Peace out.
I want you to get, eventually...
Nice days can come with a hidden cost. Seasonal allergies. So the Weather Channel built an allergy forecast using IBM Watson. It draws insights from local weather data, predicting allergy risk up to 15 days out. Now you can stay informed and enjoy nice days for what they are. Get allergy insights with Watson on the Weather Channel app and weather.com.
It's time to go back to work. There's a lot to do. We have things to make, stuff to build, cargo to ship, customers to serve. So grab a 5-hour energy and get ready. For 16 years, through good times and bad, 5-hour energy has been there helping hard-working people get stuff done. It's time to go back to work. Let's roll up our sleeves and get going. For more information and to order online, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Peace. You go out Tim. Thanks for joining me on Diamond Journey. We are on the 4th tune. I have been able to stick to it and move us through the 4th tune. So by making it to the 4th tune, I'm able to say to all of those that are listening and checking in on this, what's up, players? You are well on your way to being a player. You have at least read a little bit of the book. You have went to my blog and seen at least the beginning chapter. I'm going to make the rest of it available, but I'm doing a lot of things at this point. But we want to discuss the 4th too today. Before we get into that, of course, we got to make sure we take care of those that take care of us. So this show is powered by Oxy Water. Oxy Water. Man, listen. I did a keto practice this morning. I had one yesterday, and it's nothing like having a cool, refreshing drink. Zero carbs, zero sugar, or zero calories. Now think about it. I'm drinking water with flavor. Not only is it water, it's mineral water, and it's oxygenated mineral water. So now I'm getting extra oxygen, I'm getting 7 minerals, I'm getting some Z vitamins, I'm getting some things, I'm getting some electrolytes. This is just awesome. Check out some Oxy Water. Go to tryoxywater.com. Also, we want to send out shots to the providers with our intro and exit music. Also, if you could, when you get an opportunity, check out some of my posts on Facebook or Twitter or even my blog, because I'm going to be trying to help raise funds for December. It's that time of year where we're taking our young men to camp, to the Single Circle camp, and trying to change and save some lives. So if you could, we would really love it for you to be participate in the best way that you possibly can. Some of you will come as nation builders, but just as important as individuals that do the work directly with the kids is those people that support the people that do the work. And you can support by donating some funds or donating some food, or maybe donating some clothes, or donating time and help in transporting some of these young people to the campsite. Whether you're in Chicago, whether you're in Columbus, whether you're already in Michigan, wherever you are, reach out and find out how you can help send that. And if worst come to worst, the best thing always would be is write a check. It's a non-profit, so of course you can write it off your taxes at the end of the year. So that's my spiel on Simple. So now let's get to where we are, players. Alright, we're in the players pyramid, and we already covered the first 3 tools. First tool, have a clear idea of what you want. We discussed that. You got that clear in your mind. Be able to ask yourself the question, what am I willing to sacrifice to reach my goal? Next, we see the end before we begin. Now, we move to this piece right here, 4th tool. And this is very important too, because all the three before this and the 3 after this are dependent on this one. Because this one, it talks about being open to new things, being open to learn new things about the world and yourself. Now, why is this important? When we talk about self-development, one of the major things that we have to really be open to is what the universe or what the creator or whatever you believe is trying to say. Oftentimes, we get so caught up into pursuing our goals that we miss the gifts and the blessings that the Creator sent us. We miss it because we're so focused on what we're doing that we are not enjoying, we're not open and enjoying the experiences around us. We have to always be willing to learn something new about the world, and especially to learn something new about ourselves. It's these tasks, it's these challenges, it's these things that we perceive as curses a lot of times that hit us. That because we are closed-minded and we think that we just got to bear down and push through, and now we can open up and receive it and see what they have for us. I have not ran into one blessing that did not appear to be a curse or a hindrance at first. Every last blessing that comes, there is another side to it that in a sense we got to push through. But if our mind is closed, we will not be able to push through and get the lesson and get the power. We often miss the most important parts of our journey because we are focused on the destination rather than the journey. That's why we don't call it Gyami destination. We don't call it destination Gyami. We call it Gyami journey. This path that we walk it by controlling our fear. We walk it with our heads up and obey everything going on around us. Not losing sight of where we're trying to go. Not losing the vision, but being open to new paths that may lead to this lesson. And sometimes we might end up on dead end. When we look at stories after stories after stories, because remember the stories and the myths and the legends are very important to us as journeys because they are maps. We don't have the type of maps where we get to look at the landscape that are made for people that drive cars or people that walk the woods. Our maps are stories of our ancestors who have been where we are going. So we have to be open and stories and look at these little stories and be open to what this is at that time. We got to learn to build our mind and our body together and make them work together and be open enough to look at the new experiences and feel what's going on around us. Feel and intuitively know when we might need to change direction, when we might need to alter our path, or when we might need to bear down and push through. But in all of this, we need to remain open. Then here I give an example of in seeking success is like going to a stream for a drink of water. And if we plunge our fists down into the stream and try to lift up and drink, we can't because no water comes up in a clenched fist. That's equivalent to your closed mind. But when we take our hands and we open our palms and we put them down in the water together, we're able to lift up a refreshing drink. Hopefully we're drinking from a non-polluted source. But when we put both our hands and we open or put our open mind down into the stream of life, we're able to lift up something that we can drink. Alright? So remember, your fourth tool is to remain open and learn new things about yourself and about the world. Most importantly, learn about yourself. Because in these trials and in this journey, you're definitely going to get tested. And each time you learn something new about yourself, that's like a new secret weapon. That's like a new power that you pick up with that you can use to help you overcome any obstacle. Alright, this is Brother Hakim. I will return in a moment. We're back. Brother Hakim, I'm here. If there's any questions, please feel free to hit me up on my blog or even hit me up on Spreaker. Let me know what you think about the steps that we're taking and if there's any directions that you want to go, because the Army journey is not only my journey, it's your journey. So why don't you share what you learned or ask some questions and maybe I might be able to help you. But we're going to end the show on that note. Remember, be open to learn new things about the world and yourself, especially yourself. And this is Brother Hakim, and I will be checking out. You have a beautiful day.
Today, every answer matters more than ever before. Because whether it's about health, deliveries, or finance, some things just can't wait. That's why IBM is helping businesses manage millions of calls, texts, and chats with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to help your customers find the answers they need faster, no matter the industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit ibm.com/Watson Assistant to learn more.
It's time to go back to work. There's a lot to do. We have things to make, stuff to build, cargo to ship, customers to serve. So grab a 5-hour energy and get ready. For 16 years, through good times and bad, 5-hour energy has been there helping hard-working people get stuff done. It's time to go back to work. Let's roll up our sleeves and get going. For more information and to order online, visit 5hourenergy.com.
For businesses around the world, today isn't a restart, it's a rethink. That's why they're partnering with IBM to change how they work. From supply chains to customer service, let's put smart to work. Visit ibm.com/smart to learn more.
Peace, yo, this is Brother Hakim. I'm coming to you with the DiGyeTV journey. Of course, you know, I got to always shout out those that support me. I want to send out some shots to Oxy Water. Remember, go to tryoxywater.com. 0 carb, 0 calories, 0 sugar. It got at least 5 B vitamins. It got 70 minerals. It's the world's first mineral and oxygen enhanced mineral water. So go and try that Oxy Water. Give it a try. Then also, I want to send out shots to Orange 82. Go to orange82.com if you like their music. They do house, techno, some hip-hop. They do a little bit of everything. Go and check out Orange 82 at orange82.com. We want to thank them for providing the journey with the intro and exit music. Now, right now, I'm doing another freestyle. I'm sitting here with a brother that I haven't had the opportunity to chill with for a while, and he willing to do the radio show with me, and we're going to have a nice little conversation. And we just going to let it go where it go, and then I'll just label it and things afterwards. All right? So here we go. Dion, introduce yourself.
What's up? My name is Dion Brown, Southside Columbus, you know.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean.
Dion has been with me for a long time. We have been growing together, building together. Be a 4 to 5 year survivor of Silver Camp. He has a very long street history. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we're gonna get real with the conversation. But you were saying something about mentors.
Mm-hmm. I was just saying, like, I had a rare opportunity. Man. This be brought up, but I mean, my dad was there, but he really wasn't. He was caught up in the street life. I mean, but I can't denounce my dad, you know, because he the one that actually embedded in me how to survive out here. And I mean, I know cats out here, they be like, oh, my dad ain't around. But sometimes it's just your dad's genetics that get you through, you know? And my dad, one thing I have to say that I run the street just like my dad, and I pretty much do things like my dad. He didn't have to teach me, I just knew it. But, you know, back to the mentor thing, though. Mentors, you know what I'm saying? I had a lot of great mentors. I don't know if I just knew how to pick out great people or something, or knew who to follow, you know. I just had good mentors. You know, like Monica Pittman,
Rest in peace.
rest in peace. Leonard Frank Elton,
Rest in peace.
rest in peace. And Hakeem.
Oh, shit.
This nigga have bad luck with mentors. Maybe I might need to turn in my mentor card. But yo, what's hot about that is the 7-2, which we're gonna talk about in the next few days. The 7-2 talks about finding yourself a hero or a mentor that you can model yourself after. So, you know, you're getting kind of a piece of the player's pyramid in advance on this freestyle, because I mean, like, one of the things I like about talking with Dion is that sometimes we go in, and well, most of the times when we get there, we go in and we really start having some conversations that we need to start documenting, because we bring up issues, we talk about different things, we both see the world through an outsider's or outlier's way. You know what I'm saying? It's like we don't fit in to society as it's structured, and we have always been striving to make our way, and we both now, I'm 44, and how old are you?
34.
I got him by 10 years, and we still surviving. We still out here kicking. We're using the internet to spread the message.
Kicking well. Yeah.
Kicking well, you know. So Dion is coming. He's coming in. Well, he ain't never really been out the tribe. You know, we fall out and shit. Like I do with everybody. I probably fall out with my whole audience every now and then too. But that's what we do. You know what I'm saying? We fall out. Keep away. I mean, get away for a little while, and then come back. And that's how we do it. You know, and Dion, he coming back to the tribe to help us build, and going through the process of self-mastery, identifying the things that he needs to work on, just like I identify the things I need to work on, and just like the people that's going to be coming, or some of y'all that's listening, identifying what it is you need to work on in life.
Don't let nobody tell you what you is.
Right. Say it. Go ahead. Finish it. Finish the statement. You said you ain't got to hold it.
Okay. Don't let nobody tell you who you are. You got to find out who you are yourself. I mean, now let's don't get it wrong, because at one point in time that did work. Remember, back in the day, in the tribe,
right?
They told you what you're going to be. You're going to be a doctor. You're going to be, you know what I'm saying, a warrior. You're going to be a wise man or something, you know, and you lived up to that. And, you know, you became that, and you find out that you even master it, and you find out that it probably wasn't you, but you still did something, which is cool, you know what I'm saying? But we don't have that luxury no more. We don't have structured families no more, you know?
But that's an important piece of building a tribe, a group of like-minded people that's able to come together and help people identify, because even back in those systems, they didn't necessarily tell you what you was going to be. They saw where your talents were and encouraged you to move towards it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Right now, the big issue I think right now is that we have a lot of choices. And because we have a lot of choices, a lot of us get confused and get 34 and 44 and 54 and 64 and don't know what the fuck we was here for.
Yeah, well, is it really choices, or is it a whole bunch of advertising? You know?
I mean, but really that's what advertising is about. It lets you know the choice out there.
Yeah,
you can drink Pepsi or Coke
yeah.
or RC. You know what I'm saying?
Like, either one, but when you're really supposed to be drinking water, you got to choose from Pepsi, Coke, and RC, which is bad for you. But water is good for you, though.
Or oxy water. You know, we trying to get people back to being able to get down to the bare essentials, because we have falsely made life so complicated. Life is not really that complicated.
No, it's not.
You know what I'm saying? And the piece is, find what you're good at. Some of the boys that we work with are good at math. Some of the men we work with are natural builders.
Yeah.
They just don't know it.
Or spokespersons.
Or spokespersons. But they just don't know it.
Yeah.
And what Geometry Tribe strives to do is to find what people are, find what their purpose, help them find their purpose, and when they find their purpose, encourage them to move towards that. Because when we stop doing that, that's when we start falling into other people's visions. falling into other people's dreams,
Becoming a slave.
becoming slaves. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's the important piece, and that's the important piece of the self-mastery. That's why I'm really, really stressing this for the old generation that's coming back and for the new ones that's coming. Self-mastery. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't master yourself, somebody else will master your ass, and that makes you what? A slave. You know what I'm saying? So one of the major purposes of Giammi Tribe is making sure that we free people from the mental bondage that they are in. That's been a major goal in my life. I ain't been able to vocalize that, but that's a major piece. Do you? You know what I'm saying? Be the best you that you can be and find your tribe. Maybe your home is Giammi. Maybe your home is to build another tribe. But whatever it is, be the best at what you can be. And when you become the best at what you can be, you'll see people gathering around you with other talents, and you'll be able to build something bigger.
Yep. You don't have to go far to build that. You don't have to go out the city or anything. You can actually start at home. Master your home.
You're supposed to start at home.
You know what I'm saying? You could be a son. Be the best son you can be. You could be a dad. Be the best dad. You could be a mom. Be the best mom you can be. That's your part right there.
See, one of the things that I teach Cleve, and a lot of young people I work with, is not to be good at something. That's the worst thing that people told us in coming up. You need to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that. Good is the enemy of great. That's a major tagline of the self-mastery process. Why settle for good when you could be great? Everybody's good.
Yeah.
Don't be good, be great. That's what I told my son. He said, I was good today. Oh,
that's not good enough.
That's not good enough. Nigga, you need to be great. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be great. And you're supposed to strive for greatness. And that comes from one of the key points that you hit on. You said mastery. Self-mastery. Mastery is a key piece of what we do.
Yeah. I mean, you got to look at it. And, man, when I was taught that in the temples of Egypt, first thing they said was know yourself.
Know thyself.
Know thyself.
Know
Master
thyself.
yourself.
Master yourself.
Know who you are.
Right.
And home in on that. Focus on that. You know? And, I mean, we sit out here doing the breeze and stuff, kicking back, and it's so much stuff that I was trained and I had to master when I was with the dynasty, with Giammi, you know, and all that stuff I took for granted. But now that stuff is carrying me. It was the mastery that I learned that's carrying me today, you know, and it never stops. Once you master one level, you want to master the next level. Mastery never stops.
It never stops. And that brings us to another important point. This thing called practice.
Mm-hmm.
See, Giammi is a practice.
Mm-hmm.
Self-mastery is the process. Giammi is a practice. And practice is not something that you do. It's not necessarily just the verb practice. You know what I'm saying? You get out and you do something.
You're doing
practice,
it religiously.
Right. Practice, the way we apply it, is more of a noun. It's something you possess. You do it for the sake of doing it. You know what I'm saying? People been for a long time. We've been letting people just get by just doing the physical practice, the burning. You know what I'm saying? We call it letting the phoenix rise, the push-ups, but they ain't doing the heavy mental lifting on a daily basis. Right, just getting butt. I'm getting dumber. You know what I'm saying? I'm not selling them for that. You know what I'm saying? Push-ups is not enough no more. I need individuals that's going to be willing to sacrifice the time to do the study, the meditation, the movements, and get the true philosophy of what it means to be a self-master. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't do no good to master other people, how other people doing what you want them to do if you don't have true mastery of yourself.
What's good is a house that's painted nice and it's got a terrible foundation.
There you go.
You know, you got a nice vine, you know, you got a rose bush in your yard, but your basement is going to crap. You know, you got flooding. The inside is messed up. Your walls are deteriorating. You know, it's just you got a lot of stuff to go on. You know what I'm saying? And one thing about it is not just about the pure look, man. You gotta know something. You gotta be able to do stuff. You know, just to look good, and it's not good enough. And that's what and I mean, for real, that's what today is actually advertising. It's all about the look.
It's all about the
You
look.
know what I'm saying? These women running around here trying to lose weight. That's really going depressed. That's really ready to kill themselves because they ain't losing weight. And all they got to do is look inside themselves. Accept themselves and understand who they are and what their way is, you know?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's guys up here taking all types of little medication to get themselves to perform better when they just got to take the mental blocks out of their head, you know?
Word.
And they don't. And that's the true thing about mastery. Mastery is inside out, you know? From the inside out, not the outside in. You ain't gonna feel better yourself just because you chisel your chest and your stomach, you know?
Right.
You gotta feel better yourself before that. You gotta see that. See, and that's one thing about it. Hot Tim told me something a long time ago, you know. We determine as a doctor, you know, 12 years of school, or you wake up one day and say, I want to be a doctor, you know. Right then and there, you make your mind know where you're gonna be. You just gotta be it, you know. And that's the true mastery, you know.
Being able to do it.
Being able to do it.
Being able to do it. Being able to go deep, go deeper, higher and further, and push yourself. And being able to stay in the extra time that it requires, because a lot of people want quick results. I mean, this culture got us to where we're looking for quick results. We're looking for quick outcomes.
Quick gratification.
Yeah. Everybody want to be gratified real quick, but it don't come like that.
That's a lot of drug victims.
Oh yeah. Microwave generation, you know what I'm saying? Don't have to wait for nothing. But mastery and practice, like in geometry, we got all these ranks. You know what I'm saying? And the whole system, a lot of the system came through me, and I'm not even at the highest level. It's like I still have to achieve, and in order for me to achieve, I have to get the approval of those that are going through the system. Now, I have to build up to a certain level to get past where I'm at right now, just like Dion got to do it, and just like all those other brothers out there that may be listening and sisters out there that may be listening. We all got to be willing to push forward. You know what I'm saying? That's why one of the key things that we do in the self-mastery classes and with the Geometry Tribe, all of us one, but we talk about the 3 levels of learning. You know what I'm saying? Memorization, intelligence of the mind, and then it becomes part of you, which we call intelligence of the heart. We're trying to get people where it's intelligence of the heart, where it just automatically pops up.
Without knowing.
Knowing without knowing. That imani, that deep knowing, and it's like it's amazing that all this stuff is pouring out of you, all these actions is able to pour out of you, and you're able to make the right moves at the right time, but you have prepared yourself, as Dion said, internally first, so that when life hits, you're ready. And you understand that your happiness, your joy, is not determined by external circumstances. When we look at the definition of self, when we talk about self-mastery, self is the absolute, complete, and perfect aspect of a being that is not controlled by external circumstances, that is not determined by external circumstances. A lot of us we determine our happiness by our external circumstances. We determine our development by our external circumstances. But when it comes down to it, the self has everything that it needs. All you have to do is plug into it. The same self is the part of you that was able to take you from an egg to an entire human being. It's the part of you that sheds your skin every so often and renew every cell in your body. This intelligence, this innate intelligence that's in you is waiting for you to plug into it. If it can do your body and make sure your heart beat and your nails grow and your hair grow, without you thinking about it, what else can they help you do?
Without you thinking about it.
Without you thinking about it. And that's what the practice does. The practice, when you embrace it as a thing rather than a do, rather than something that's done, when you embrace it as what it is, and you get to know the questions and you internalize them, you get to know the philosophy and you internalize them, and you make them part of your daily life, all of a sudden this new wisdom is coming out of you that you don't even know where it's coming from. Geometry system of self-mastery is there for you. You could get it. It's out here. You know, look us up.
It's not even new.
It's not even new.
It's not even new.
It's an old system.
The old system. This ain't something that we just made up. This is something that's been practiced on for years, before us, before our fathers. You know what I'm saying? Before slavery, before America. This was practice, you know what I'm saying? And it was documented in all our books. All religious books is documented, you know? They preach the same thing we preaching, you know? It's the happiness within, not the happiness that's out there that's going to make you truly happy, you know? And that's what I think, that's the difference between heaven and hell, you know? It's that internal happiness, you know? I think people that live good on this earth, man, they go to their heaven is that internal happiness that they plugged into, that they share with the world. People that got that pain and they ain't let that pain go and they die with that pain, that's their hell. They got to live with that confusion, that feeling of loss, that feeling of emptiness. They got to live with that. That's their hell. And the world is trying to say that, you know, they trying to medicate you, you know. And medicating you is not fixing, it's not curing the problem. It's just making you not feel the symptom. But the problem is still there, you know? And people be like, you know, oh, my back is hurting. I just need a pain pill to get by. No, you need therapy. It's not the pain pill that is going to cure you. It's the therapy. It's the exercise that you do for yourself. And that's what we trying to plug you into, you know? We just want you to exercise your mind, exercise your heart, you know? Do our exercises, and you will feel the same way we feel, you know? It ain't no easy thing. Nothing's easy. Even this little self-care, this stuff out here, it's not easy. That's why people go crazy for it, you know? We trying to help people so they don't have to go crazy for it, because they don't have to focus on what they don't have and focus on what they do have, you know? And that's all we doing. It's nothing new. People been saying this for years. The same thing that Martin Luther King was saying. The same thing that Michael X was saying. Self-sustaining, independence. You know? And that's your happiness. Being independent, being self-sustaining. Not having what the next man has. Not having what they show you on TV, you know? I mean, even Jesus told you about this, you know? And it's like, we can honestly say that this practice been out for years. And then, like, they even go back on practice. You know what doctors do? They practice.
How about lawyers?
They practice. They don't never master it. They just keep on practicing. That's all they do.
Mastery is a journey. And as I call it, we call it the Gyame journey. You know what I'm saying? When you look at what Gyame means, Gyame-Nyame. When you look at Gyame, it means unless God. Some people say fear none but God. You know what I'm saying? Or the omnipotence of God. You know what I'm saying? We have to understand that when it comes down to it, the closer we get to understanding who we really are, the closer we become to God. You know what I'm saying? So if you really want to know God, you really got to get to know yourself, because you can't jump over that hurdle. And some people be trying to jump over that hurdle. They think they're not worthy, or their ego jump up and say they're too important. But the bottom line is getting to know yourself, and hence the process of self-mastery. We got 7 tools, 7 building blocks. 7 tools, 7 building blocks. So like you said, there's no easy way. And if you come in looking for immediate results, I'm sorry, you got the wrong thing. We can help you make maybe some possible immediate changes, but this is an ongoing practice. Just like you said with the doctor. The doctor, they practice, but they don't practice as in do. They practice as in the noun, the thing. It's a thing that they do. And then what starts to happen with doctors and lawyers, the practice turns into just people and more money, when in fact it needs to be about becoming better at what they do. You know what I'm saying? When they invest their time into the noun of practice, into their practice, they become better at serving. And what we're trying to do, as far as Gyame, is get people to learn how to become better servants at whatever they do. This is Brother Hatim, I'm going to end on that note because I don't like to keep them too long because then I got people tied up for a long time. I know y'all got stuff to do. But once again, I want to send shouts out to Oxywater. Go to tryoxywater.com. Check it out. Also go to orange82.com. Check out their music. And like I said, these artists out here, support what we do. You know what I'm saying? Support the journey. You go to the tip jar on the blog, put some money in. It's going to move towards helping people that may not have the financial means to directly get a self-mastery coach or to do self-mastery. You know, you could purchase the books. I just put the Players Pyramid on Gumroad. You get a PDF for $5, or you get the actual book for $12 through my Create space. Or you could get in touch with me, and I'll send you the book. You know, if you don't have the money to purchase the book, I'll send you the PDF. Because like I said, I do this because I love doing this, and I love to see the changes in people. And like I said, we may fall out as individuals, but as loving beings, we always will be connected. All right? So with that, this is Brother Hatim and Brother Dion. Peace. Peace.
For businesses around the world, today isn't a restart, it's a rethink. That's why they're partnering with IBM to change how they work. From supply chains to customer service, let's put smart to work. Visit ibm.com/smart to learn more.
Nice days can come with a hidden cost. Seasonal allergies. So the Weather Channel built an allergy forecast using IBM Watson. It draws insights from local weather data, predicting allergy risk up to 15 days out. Now you can stay informed and enjoy nice days for what they are. Get allergy insights with Watson on the Weather Channel app and weather.com.
Peace. This is Brother Hatim. I'd like to welcome you to the journey, Giami journey that is. Of course, this is powered by Oxywater. Go to www.oxywater.com. It's the world's first oxygen-enhanced mineral water. 0 carbs, 0 calories, 0 sugar. Check it out. www.tryoxywater.com. Also sending shouts out to Orange82 for their support as far as allowing us to use some of their music as intro and exit music. But since I'm recording this podcast on my phone, I am not capable of having that music right now. Today, I want to talk about first, let me apologize. I listened to the 4th tube, Keeping an Open Mind, and I will have to re-record that because of the static. I don't know what it was coming from. I don't know whether it was from the speakers or from the computer mic, but I want to apologize to those that's really trying to get something out of the journey, and I apologize to the listeners for whatever was causing that problem. I will figure it out, and like I said, just like all journeys, we will make adjustments and we'll make adjustments and we'll adapt and overcome because we are resilient. So for those that missed the fourth tube is about being open so that you can learn something new about the world and more, and most importantly, learn something new about yourself. But I'm not going to do that one right now. What I want to talk about is the last step in the hero's journey, death. I don't even know where to start. I am thinking about it now because my grandfather is passing. It's been a very, I guess I could say, trying day because I'm not depressed, I'm not sad, or anything, but the day started off with me having to take my youngest daughter to the doctor because she has some rashes that's been popping up over the last couple of days, and I wanted to see what was going on. And they could tell me nothing. And then I got a call later on the day about my grandfather, who was unresponsive. He has full-blown Alzheimer's, and he's just laying on the oxygen machine, and my mom is real stressed and down about it, and it don't look like he's going to make it too much longer. So, of course, my prayers is going out, and I will ask for all those out there, prayers to go out. My grandfather lived a good life, so I'm not sad about his passing, but as I was standing over his bed, the thought came to me, because he couldn't, I had no conscious sign that he could hear me saying goodbye, because I went over there right after I got off work. As a matter of fact, I got off work early. I went to work late and got off work early, after I got the call to go check on my mom and also sit with my grandfather. And I sat in the room and I was reading, and I'm listening to him breathe, and I could hear a rattle. Very little response. And as I was sitting over him about to leave this evening, the thought came to me as I was saying bye. How do you really say goodbye knowing for a fact that it's a possibility that this is the last time? And I know, metaphorically, every time we say goodbye is a possibility it's the last time, but when you know that there's a good chance that you will never see this person in this life again, how do you deal with that? How do you convey that? And I was thinking about that the whole ride home, because having an old car, one of the benefits of having an old car is, one, I don't get distracted by the expressway, because I can't take the expressway because my car would probably blow up if I got on the expressway. And second, I don't have no radio, so I do a lot of thinking, and I'm contemplating, how do you say goodbye? Being on the journey, I understand fully that death is not an end, it's a new beginning. And it's more about me missing the physical presence of my grandfather and growing into who I am and learning to feel my grandfather and feel my grandmother and feel all those loved ones that passed away with me, because it's like you don't necessarily lose them. They just move to a different aspect of your life. And in the spiritual system that I'm learning about, that I'm going in, I understand that ancestors play a very important role in our lives. But how do you get over the fact that you'll never laugh with this person again, at least in this life? They'll never get to see you with physical eyes accomplish some of the things that you hope for, that you hope that they would see, or for them to see you succeed. And that's rough, even for somebody on the journey, because you miss them, and there's no denying that. You miss your loved ones. And I'm looking at my grandfather, and I'm learning my lesson, but then I'm dealing with the selfish side of me that's like, I really don't want him to go, but I don't want him to suffer either. So I'm trying to, within myself, figure out, and what I'm going to have to do is some other journeys talking about how to deal with death. course, I have the libations that I'm going to be able to call his name and remember him. I'm going to have other events where I'm going to be able to do that. I'm going to have family that I can sit down and we can chop it up and talk about memories and keep that spirit alive and feed his spirit and feed and remember this beautiful soul that took time with me when others wouldn't, supported me when others wouldn't. But that's something we really have to discuss on the journey, because as I approach, I'm in my 40s, eventually in 30 years, 40 years, hell, who knows, maybe tomorrow, my child will have to deal with the same thing with me. My children will have to deal with the same thing with me. And how do we prepare ourselves for that? We have the principles, we have the tools, but how do we use these to prepare ourselves for when others leave us, when others need to complete this aspect of their journey and start the next part of their journey? Right now, I don't necessarily have an answer. All I could do is feel my way through. Open myself up and be as open as possible and be a support for others in this time. So I'm going to stop it right there and just think on it, meditate on it. If you have any comments about this, if you've dealt with this, I would greatly appreciate it if you would send it in, because you never know what you have to say may help. You know, and hopefully you give me some information on it, because this is a new aspect of my journey. Because it's like I went over there today expecting my grandfather to pass away as I was there, and don't know if you're gonna make it through the night. So if you have any comments in your journey in dealing with this, go and put a comment down, write something down, because you never know who else it can help. Because that's what it's about. This journey is, we got to leave little way stations that we have in our lives. We need to be able to leave little messages to help other people that come by. That's the importance of the myths and the stories and the legends, and your stories and your myths and your legends. That's the importance of writing them down, because they provide a roadmap. Because on this journey, we don't use cartographical maps. We use spiritual maps. We use stories. We use metaphors. We use symbols. And we need to be able to lead those things so other people can find them and make their journey easier. I honestly believe that if we don't leave our story behind, if we don't leave the little clues behind, if we don't leave our little insights behind, we almost wasted our lives. I ain't going to say almost. We wasted our lives. If Cleveland's journey is harder than mine, if Wisdom's journey is harder than mine, if Ron's journey is harder than mine, if Keisha's journey is harder than mine, if Afua's journey is harder than mine, if Darrell's journey is harder than mine, I failed. If Gina's journey is harder than mine, I failed. All those younger, my kids and my grandkids, if their journey is harder than mine, then in many ways I have failed. So I have to make sure that I leave them the maps, even if they don't pick them up. Even if they don't pick up any of the things that I'm doing or reading, it's still my job to leave those signposts when they get to certain points in their life where they could get them and know they got access to them. See, I can't make them read the maps. You can't make those that's coming behind you read the maps. But what you can do, you can't leave them, because you never know who may get it. It might not be nobody directly in your bloodline, but it will benefit them. And then they will remember you. And in a sense, feed your spirit. And that other world. But this has been Brother Hatim. You know, I appreciate y'all checking in on me and listening to the podcast, because the outpouring of support has been incredible. I went from maybe 100 people listening to over 700 and over 1,200 total listens so far, and people are downloading and checking out my other materials. Although, you know, there's not a lot of financial support coming. There's a lot of people that may be getting something from my rants, you know, and I appreciate you. I really do. Support the journey. If it ain't nothing but taking a glance at what I'm writing, support the journey. I appreciate that. And feel free to add to it, because it's not just Hatim's journey, it's Giami's journey. Giami covers everything, every living thing on this planet. So if you're an alien on this planet, you know what I'm saying, feel free to write something down. Hell, if you're a dog reading this, go home and leave a comment. You know, if you're a cat, leave a comment. If you're a human being, leave a comment. Let me know what you feel. Let me know what you discovered on your journey, because that's what it's all about. Us connecting. Remember, in my description of spirituality is about establishing and maintaining relationships. And my attempt in establishing and maintaining those relationships, well, establishing a relationship is putting out the podcast. Maintaining the relationship is continuing to put out the podcast and continuing the blog and to make myself available to discussions around these matters as far as the journey. So this is Brother Hatim saying goodbye for about the third time. Y'all have a good night. And with that, I say peace.
It's time to go back to work. There's a lot to do. We have things to make, stuff to build, cargo to ship, customers to serve. So grab a 5-hour energy and get ready. For 16 years, through good times and bad, 5-hour energy has been there helping hard-working people get stuff done. It's time to go back to work. Let's roll up our sleeves and get going. For more information and to order online, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Today, answers matter more than ever before. That's why IBM is helping businesses manage customer questions with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to work for any industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/Watson Assistant. Today, answers matter more than ever before. That's why IBM is helping businesses manage customer questions with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to work for any industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/Watson Assistant.
Peace, this is Brother Hatim. I'm Journey. Don't feel like stopping right now. So me and my dog, we out walking. By the way, my dog name is Power. Pretty appropriate name, don't you think? This podcast is fueled by Oxy Water. After I get done walking my dog, I'm going to go home, take me a sip. You're able to get them now, 2 for $4 at Walgreens and Giant Eagles. And eventually, I've seen them in a few corner stores. When I walk into a store and I see them there, I snap a picture and I send it out. So check out Oxy Water. It's a mineral, it's a oxygen enhanced mineral water, 0 carbs, 0 sugar, 0 calories. It has 5 B vitamins as well as electrolytes and 70 minerals that your body needs. It does your body good. So look up Oxy Water at www.tryoxywater.com. I even looked it up on Amazon. So some of y'all that's not able to get it right now, you get on Amazon and purchase it. I'm a big supporter of Oxy Water because, first off, my children can drink it with me. I love that. I ain't got to worry about them getting on that sugar high and running around. Now, I do have to worry about them having some energy afterwards, but I ain't got to worry about the cool crash and the crankiness that usually go along with them drinking sugar drink and sugar water and all this junk out here right now. They get that energy, but it's natural energy, and you ain't got to worry about the crankiness and the crash that you would have to worry about, as well as the health. It's real good for them, and it's good for me. So I love Oxy Water. So that's why I support it. Next, Orange 82. I want to thank them for their intro and exit music, but I ain't got it right now because, of course, I'm walking my dog, and, you know, unfortunately right now I can't do that type of stuff on my phone, but in the near future I'm quite sure Spreaker is somewhere hooking it up right now where you're going to be able to podcast from your phone and do it just like you was in the studio. We are living in an amazing time. Now, what I'm going to talk about right now is I want to redo the fourth tube. Since the last one was very staticky, I want to make sure that everybody is able to get a basic grasp of the four tools. We're going through all the tools. For those that got the book, for those that's getting the book, you can review and catch up with us. We're on the fourth tool in the player's pyramid. Now, of course, to build a pyramid, you definitely need tools. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be able to lift the blocks, physical, mental, or spiritual blocks in your life without some form of toolbox. So when I'm talking about the tools, I'm talking about the things that you will use over and over again in the work of building the things in your life that you want. We got to look at ourselves as builders, not just in the term of nation builder. We got to look at ourselves as life builders. We're building our lives. We're building our careers. We're building our families. We're building our friendships. We are builders. We are natural builders. We are building community. We're building those relationships that are important, which is spirituality. Spirituality is building. You know what I'm saying? Building. So we got to realize that when we everything we do, we're builders, and as builders, we need to make sure that we have our tools. Now, the tools in this system, right now we have 7. But as more people get involved and more conversations start happening, we might extend our toolbox because some things might need to be split up. Some things might need to be added. This system is alive, it's moving, it's organic. So as of now, we have 7. But in the future, we may have more. So right now, what I want to talk with you about is the 7th tool. The 4th tool that you're going to have. And this is staying open to new experiences that will teach you about the world as well as yourself. But more importantly, teach you about yourself. Being open. Now, when we talk about being open, we're talking about in this journey, on this path, whether you're in a tribe or whether you're just somebody using the system, you have to be open to new experiences. You have to be open to the lessons that come. When you are building your pyramid of success, when you are building the pyramid of career, when you're building your pyramid of family, when you're building your pyramid for whatever, you need to make sure that you remain open and not closed-minded. You don't want to be like one of those horses of old days where they used to put the blinders on them. They kept the blinders on them to keep them focused. Now, I do want you to maintain some focus, but I don't want you to become so focused that you miss the lessons, you miss the blessings, you miss the opportunities because you're so focused on one way and it's only supposed to be done one way that you are not open to the new alternatives that the universe will present to you. The Creator works in strange ways. This universe works in strange ways, and a lot of times we are put in a strange direction so that we can get an important lesson to bring back to the world. And the only way we're able to do that is by remaining open. Being open, having our mind open, keeping our eyes open, looking around us for new lessons. One of the analogies I use in the book is the analogy of going to a stream to drink some water. If I take my 2 fists and I punch them into the water and try to pull them up, I will get absolutely no water. Except for that, my hands being wet, so I can lick the water off my hands. But who want to do that? If I want to get a nice, cool drink, I got to open my palms, put them together and dip them down and pull up in my palms some water. That's the way your mind has to be in life. Life is the stream. You have to be open and put your hands down in it. Don't be fearful. One of the major things that keep people from being open on this journey is fear. You fear the dragons, you fear the demons, you fear the challenges, you fear, and because you fear, you block yourself off from the blessings. Now, in all the stories that I done read, all the legends that I done read, one of the common elements, because there's common elements in all these stories, but one of the common elements that always pop up is that blessings often come to the heroes disguised as a curse, disguised as a challenge. It's not until the hero opens up to the curse, to the challenge, to see that the thing that he was dreading or she was dreading is the very thing that they need to assist them on their journey, to assist them on their quest. So I'm putting this out to you. Maintain openness. What are some of the ways that we maintain openness? We want our bodies to be open. So we yoke. I did a little talk about yoking. We yoke. We want our mind to be open, so we yoke and we breathe. We want our spirit to be open, so we yoke and we breathe. Now, I'm not saying be so open that anything could come inside of you and take over, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is be open to the possibilities. That some of the things that you dread, some of the things that you fear, some of the things that you avoid are the very things that you may need to assist you in creating the greatest monument of your life. So I'm going to end it on that note. Replace this. I'm going to use this one. I'm not going to take the other one off. At first I was going to take it off, but it has some good stuff on there for those that want to sit through the static. But this got the basic, this has the basic things behind tool number 4, remaining open. Now remember, you're going to learn new things about the world, and more importantly, you're going to learn new things about yourself. It's your responsibility to put yourself in uncomfortable positions so that you can find out what you are made of. Often, before we receive a blessing, we are tested. And that test may appear to be a curse. It may appear to be terrible. But once we make it through the test, we receive that tool, that blessing, that guidance, that advice that we needed. And we have to be willing to go through that. We have to be willing to go through that. And of course, that goes back to the tool number 2, being willing to sacrifice. Because being open means that sometimes you might have to make a detour. Being open means that sometimes you might have to stop building. You might have to sacrifice some time. You might have to sacrifice some money. You might have to sacrifice in order to receive what it is you're supposed to get. All right, this is Brother Hatim. I'd like to thank you for listening. All those that's following the journey. I just put the Players Pyramid up on Gumroad.com. You get the PDF for $5, or if you want to get more, because I put $5 plus, you can put $5 down. You can pay $5, or you can get pay more. I mean, that's on you. Also, you get the hardcover. I have a blog on it, so just go to my blog, www.GyenyJourney.com. That's GYENYAME Journey.com, and look up Players Pyramid. You could either get, like I said, a PDF, or you get the actual book. The actual book costs about $12, or you get the PDF, where you can have it with you on your phone. You can have it on your computer. You can have it wherever you want, so that you can access it. For those that want to send comments or questions, you can either hit me up on my blog or leave a comment on the radio station. I'll get to it. I might be slow sometimes, but I'll definitely get to it and I'll answer your questions. With that, I'd like to once again remind you that this is powered by Oxy Water. I also want to send out shots to orange82.com. Go to orange82.com. Also, I also want to send out shots to Gumroad, because this is another product that I feel is very important. I had a whole podcast about it. Feel free to look it up, where I talk about Gumroad as a new tool to revolution, because now, as an artist, I can create and put it out when I want. Not only can I put it out, I can put it out and not have to pay somebody half of my money like they wrote half my shit. That feels so good. That feels so good. But yo, this is how Tim, check me out. You have a good evening, and with that, I say peace.
Today, answers matter more than ever before. That's why IBM is helping businesses manage customer questions with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to work for any industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/Watson Assistant.
For businesses around the world, today isn't a restart, it's a rethink. That's why they're partnering with IBM. Retailers are keeping their systems up as millions of orders move online. Call centers are using IBM Watson to manage an influx of customer questions with AI. And solutions built on the IBM Cloud are helping doctors care for patients remotely. Today, we're rethinking how business moves forward. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/smart to learn more.
Peace. We'd like to welcome you to Geometry Journey. This is Brother Hatim coming at you with another podcast, and I'm live. So let me go on and finish this up real quick. I was actually trying to do a quick podcast, but I set the settings for live broadcast, which is going to take a little bit more time. But anyway, of course, you know, we got to send shots out to the sponsors or people that support me, so I support them. Oxywater. Go to tryoxywater.com. Check it out. It's an excellent drink. The world's first oxygenated mineral water. It has several different flavors. My two favorites are Oxywater Black and mixed fruit. Mixed berries. So give it a try. Try it out. Also, we want to send shots out for Orange 82 for allowing us to use their music as intro and exit music for the journey. I hope your day is beautiful. I hope you got the redo of number 4, and if not, maybe you got number 5 and was satisfied. But this is going to be a quick one. This is one of the most important ones, and this is a paradigm shift for many people. In this 5th tool, we learn not to see failure, only feedback. We get rid of the word failure. I've seen a lot of people avoid trying new things because this term failure, fear of failure. And I think what happens is that people mix up their actions with who they are, when we need to start really understanding that in order to start something new and to do something new, we always going to get some feedback. All the feedback is not going to be good. As a matter of fact, if all the feedback was good, we would be able to progress. It's the bad feedback that we're able to get and able to use and able to analyze that makes us better, that moves us towards greatness, that moves us towards mastery. If we was good at everything, there would be no need for a player's pyramid. There would be no need for all these self-help gurus. There would be no need for any of the services that many of us receive. Failure is an important part of growth. If we do not fail, and if we fear failure, we fear growing. Now, in the African Open Institute Tree of Life, they say when enough is understood, death is conquered. When enough is understood, death is conquered. And I think that when we look at life in this way, we look at life as a university. We look at life as an education process through which we get feedback. That feedback sometimes comes looking like failure, but that failure is the actual building block to move us towards mastery, to move us towards being better. So as we're building our pyramid, we want to take our focus off the word failure and start learning to look at the word feedback. We want to be able to get into our feedback loops, those loops that's formed by when we do an action, we get an action in return. Is it the action that we want in return? We need to learn how to adjust what we do so that we can get the reaction that we are seeking. And we only could do that by analyzing our feedback loop, accepting the fact that failure happens. As a child, when we were children, we continuously try new things. Somewhere along in life, somewhere along the line, we started confusing those little mistakes, those little stumbles, those little falls, those little faux pas as us rather than actions that we were doing. Remember, our definition of self is the absolute, complete, and perfect qualities or aspects of a being that are not determined by external circumstances. You are not determined by what goes on outside of you. You are determined by what goes on inside of you, and that part of you, that deepest part of you, is absolute, complete, and perfect. There's no way around it. So you could go on and build this false personality of a klutz, of somebody who constantly makes mistakes, or somebody whose life is dominated by fear, or you could plug into this deeper part of yourself, this true self, this self with a capital S that you often see written in self-mastery. The self with the capital S is what we're trying to reach towards, and is what is helping us construct this pyramid for life. I'm going to give Spreaker a couple of seconds to drop their words, and I suggest that everybody get a Spreaker station. And so here we go. We're back. Man, it's good to be here. So, let's get down and let's finish this. What separates the great from the not so great is the ability to look at the opportunities, positive or negative, that feedback shows us when we do something. We have to be able to push past the fear. Fear is a big block in us building this pyramid. Fear rests our tools. Fear make us not want to use our tools. Fear, we need to be able to overcome it. So we need to go back through our other four tools and talk about this fifth tool. So now, remember, no longer see failure, only see feedback. Now that'll be it for the day, because this was a very short lesson, and it's very concise and very quick. I mean, because it's a simple concept. No longer see fear now. No longer see failure. Only see feedback. Only see feedback. Learn to read your feedback loops. Learn to correct your actions. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna add a little bit more to it. When we do anything new, like right now, I'm practicing Aikido, and we go through the same moves over and over again, different variations, but basically the same moves. And each time I make a mistake, my partner
encourages me to try again, and sometimes places my hands in the proper place or where they need to be so that we can complete, so I can complete the action successfully. I know it's the same thing in capoeira. When I'm learning, the teacher makes us do kicks over and over again so that we can start learning how it feels, learning how to do it properly, and eventually you turn out doing it naturally. When we start this thing called practice, when we start practicing, we get feedback. Practice provides us with the feedback we need. So practice needs to become part of your life. In building this pyramid, we're in practice. In self-mastery, we're in practice. When I have meetings with my family, with my tribe, we are in practice. And we practice these concepts. Sometimes we do good, sometimes we do bad. Sometimes we make people upset, sometimes we make them happy. We are constantly in practice. And in practice, you always have feedback, and you always know how to correct those actions so that you could do them better next time. So now, get to practice. This is Brother Hatim. I'd like to thank you for joining the journey. Once again, I'm sending out shots to Oxy Water. I'm also sending out shots to Orange 82. And once again, I'm saying check out my site on Gumroad. You can find Hatim, HA2TIM at Gumroad, and you could download and support the journey that way. Or you could go to my blog and you could download some things. With that, this is Brother Hatim, and I'm saying peace.
Today, every answer matters more than ever before. Because whether it's about health, deliveries, or finance, some things just can't wait. That's why IBM is helping businesses manage millions of calls, texts, and chats with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to help your customers find the answers they need faster, no matter the industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit ibm.com/Watson Assistant to learn more.
Peace. This is Brother Tim. I'd like to welcome you to the journey. Today we're going to be talking about the player's pyramid and the 6 tool. Those that's been following, we have covered 2, 1 through 5. And I'd like to thank those that are tuning in because you give me encouragement. For those that want to follow along in the book, you can feel free to check on my blog. I have a piece of the book on the blog. Eventually I'm going to have to upload the whole thing for those that don't have the money to buy it, or those that just don't want to buy it but they do want to follow along. Also, you can go to gumroad.com, look up HA2TIM, and get the book so that you can follow along and you can read the words for yourself, because what I'm doing right now is just basically adding to the information. Self-mastery is a serious practice, and you have to invest in yourself, and you have to invest in your tools. The Player's Pyramid is one of the major tools that we're going to be using over and over again. So get it any way you can. I offer the PDF once again on Gumroad. You can look up Gumroad, Hatim, HA2TIM. It's $5 as a PDF, and $5 plus. So if you want to give more to support the journey, you can, because realize that basically all the proceeds go back to my practice. I love helping people, and I do this out of a passion. And I'm building that core group of individuals that understand that and will work with me to help to try to support that. So I don't just like asking people for money or just having a nonprofit and going for grants. I believe that there's enough money out here, there's enough resources and enough people who need something to give to, something positive to give to out there, that will eventually start purchasing and supporting this. This year, thanks to some of the donations that's coming and some of the partnerships that I have formed, it appears that we may be able to take almost 24 young men up to Simba Camp this year. Woo! That's hot. You know what I'm saying? And so and that's because of you. That's because y'all keep me motivated. With whether it's one person reading my blog or 2 people listening to the podcast or vice versa. Those few of you that take the time to actually invest in me, give attention to what I'm trying to do and feel what I'm trying to do, I greatly appreciate it. So I'd like to thank you. Join my blog. Hit the email and get it by email and become one of my blog stars. If you look at the bottom, I have my blog stars on the bottom down there, because those well, I call it the stars of the journey or something like that. But these are the individuals that keep up with the journey on a consistent basis. Now, here we go, the 6th tool. Oh, before I get into that, of course, we have to send out shots to Oxywater. And I have to apologize to Oxywater because I've been saying mixed berry. It's not mixed berry that's my favorite, it's passion berry. I've been drinking that shit so fast that I have not even took time to read the bottle. For those that don't understand how good it is and how refreshing it is, I would challenge you to go out and try it, because on the journey we got to keep our body healthy, and that's definitely one of the maintenance tools that I use. Oxywater. My favorite ones are Passion Berry and Oxywater Black. For all you sugar babies out there, that's those individuals who was raised up on white sugar, refined sugar. Understand that the taste is a little bit different than you're accustomed to, and it takes some getting used to. But once you give it a try and you start really seeing the benefits, and you start feeling not a sugar rush, but a boost in your natural energy, and there's no crash, you'll see why I'm always talking about try Oxywater. You could go to www.tryoxywater.com, the home of the world's first oxygenated mineral water. Also, I want to send out shots to Orange 82 for hooking us up with our music, and they promised to hook us up with some more. And the owner is constantly hooking me up with new beats for me to try for my radio shows. So I want to send shots out to Orange 82. If you need some music to surf to while you're on the internet, or you like techno and you like house, you like some hip hop, check out what they have to offer. Go to www.orange82.com. Now, we're going to let Spreaker get their little say in and get their money. And when I come back, we're going to jump right into the 6th tool. We're back. We're up and we're jumping, and I'm excited to get into this tool. This is an important tool. All the tools are important, but this tool right here is one of the most powerful tools that you will have in your personal toolbox. Listen, when we talk about establishing personal rituals, developing personal rituals that can help you focus on your goals daily, establishing a regular pattern. Because one of the things that I have noticed with people who are very successful, with people who are passionate about something. They set up rituals, whether they do it on purpose or whether they do it subconsciously. They set up rituals that they follow to kind of put them in tone or in tune with what their goal is. The African opens to the tree of life. One of my favorite verses says, "The best life is lived through following systematic processes." What a ritual is a systematic process through which we take ourselves every day. It's something that we do on a regular basis. It's more than just a habit. It's something that you put a conscious intent behind. So in setting up this practice to make your life successful, you have to really identify those things that you need and start building up rituals around them to help get them in your life so that they can empower you on your journey. Now, first, we have to identify some of the similarities. A ritual is something that's done with intention. It's done with focus. It's done with power. One of the rituals that I have introduced to those on a journey, and those, well, because let me specify. We have those that's on the journey. Everybody have their own individual journey. We have those that are in DiGyeTV tribe and they have to go through the process of self-mastery. Every morning I ask all of them to do a pledge. A pledge can be a part of your ritual. In the Afrocentric community and other communities that I have found, we do rituals of libations, where we salute those that came before us, where we salute the universe, where we salute the creator. Of course, the creator is the major piece of that, but we do that on purpose, and we do it with energy, and we do it with intent. Some people have prayers, and I would say have certain things that you pray about and meditate on a regular basis. Meditation is another one. Certain actual movements, physical movements, can be added to your ritual kit. But you need to develop the ritual. It doesn't have to be anything religious. It doesn't have to connect you to any sect or anything like that. It has to be something that you can do on a regular basis to empower yourself. Because that's what it's all about. Because a lot of us want to help others, but until we start helping ourselves, until we start doing that work, cleaning house, you know what I'm saying? Until we start doing that, it's going to be hard for us to give anybody anything. If we are empty, then of course the work that we do is going to be empty. So we need to fill ourselves, and when we do these rituals, it's like us bathing ourselves. It's like us purifying ourselves. It's us putting something into practice, something physical, where we can actually start gauging the results afterwards. Every day, or when I do a keto, before we start practice and when we end practice, we stand in front of what they call the showman, or the head of the school. We face a picture of the master sensei. They call him old sensei, the founder of Aikido, and we bow. Now this sets a certain tone for the whole class, because a certain seriousness comes into the class when we show that respect. When you go to church, there's certain rituals that you do. I remember when I was younger and I used to go to Beulah Baptist in Akron. We used to, I guess they called it the benediction. It was a certain verse that the whole church would recite together, and I know it up to this day. Rituals are, I can't stress the importance. This is one of the most important tools, and it will help you perfect each building block of your personal pyramid. And as you grow, so does your rituals. They don't have to take more time, but the intensity that we put into them, the emotional content, as Bruce Lee would say, that we put into them, are very important. So when you lay down your ritual, when you find your ritual, when you develop this ritual, I want you to invest yourself into it. This is Brother Hatim.
once again, sending shots out to Oxy Water. Go to www.tryoxywater.com. Also Orange82. Go to orange82.com. Check me out. Check out my blog at DiGyeTV.com. Join my blog. Support the journey. You can purchase a copy of the Players Pyramid so you can read a little bit more in depth. And also, don't be afraid to post comments or ask questions or hell, make me better. Help me become a better servant of you. Let me know some of the things that you would like to talk about. Because right now we're just in the Players Pyramid, but this is my radio show. This is our radio show. We can take it in any direction that you would like to go, because you are the listener and I'm here servicing you. So with that, I'm going to give Spreaker a second to come in and let you know about them or whatever else they want to put in the time slot that I give them. And we shall return, and then after that, we'll be leaving out. We're back. And there's one more thing I want to share before we get off here. In the book it says, rituals can be defined as anything physical that we do that calls on invisible forces within us and or around us. When we start doing these rituals, we must understand that we're not only calling on the spiritual force and directing and focusing that spiritual self within us, we're also calling on those energies that are around us to help us. So begin your journey. Get your rituals together. If you need help developing one, feel free to hit me up at GiamiJourney.com. Hit me up with a comment on my podcast here that you're listening to, and I will get to you as soon as I can. And if it takes me a while, understand that it is a sleight of the mind and not of the heart, because I appreciate every last one of you that take the time to take this journey with me. With that, this is Brother Hatim saying peace, and you have a beautiful day.
For businesses around the world, today isn't a restart, it's a rethink. That's why they're partnering with IBM to change how they work. From supply chains to customer service, let's put smart to work. Visit ibm.com/smart to learn more.
Today, every answer matters more than ever before. Because whether it's about health, deliveries, or finance, some things just can't wait. That's why IBM is helping businesses manage millions of calls, texts, and chats with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to help your customers find the answers they need faster, no matter the industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit ibm.com/Watson Assistant to learn more.
Peace, this is Brother Tim. Once again, coming to you on the journey. I'd like to thank everybody that's listening Also, of course, before we get started, let me send out shots to those people and those products that I love. First off, to Oxywater. You can check out Oxywater at www.tryoxywater.com. It's the world's first oxygen enhanced mineral water. Check it out. My personal favorite flavor is passion berry. My fault. Oxywater Black is my favorite, but I'm able to get passion berry more because Oxywater Black flies off the shelf. Also, I want to send shots out to Orange 82 for allowing us to use their music to start off the show, jump us off, as well as end the show. So, saying all that, I want to basically do a quick review. Today, we're going to be discussing the Players Pyramid. You can find the book, or at least a part of it, on my blog at DiGyeTV.com. If you want to purchase it, you can go to Tim on CreateSpace.com, look up Tim on CreateSpace.com, or look up Players Pyramid on CreateSpace.com. You can get the hardback. If you want the PDF, you get the PDF at Gumroad. Look up Tim on Gumroad. Look up Players Pyramid on Gumroad.com. Go to Gumroad, look up Players Pyramid. You can pick up the PDF for $5 plus. You know, I put the plus on there just in case you want to pay more to help with self-mastery and nation building that I do. Once again, I want to announce that there's a possibility that we're looking at sending 24 boys to December camp this year, just from the support that I have been receiving throughout the year and the partnership that's been made. I'll be doing a little podcast about that process in the next couple of weeks as well. But now we are on tool number 7. Those of you that have stuck in, we will do a quick review and we will finish discussing tool number 7 so that next week or the week after that we get directly into the meat of this process. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Spreaker the opportunity to do give them a commercial break. But I would suggest that everybody get a Spreaker account. You know what I'm saying? Technology is marvelous. You got your own radio station. No other time could the masses have access to the stuff that we have now. So we need to take advantage of it and spread the word. So here comes the commercial. Peace, we're back. So let's do a quick review and then we're going to get into the meat of this tool, the 7th tool, the final tool. Congratulations, you made it. We made it. We've been stuck to our guns and we're going to push through regardless of what has happened. So here we go. Tool number 1, have a clear idea of what you want. Number 2, ask yourself, what are you willing to sacrifice to reach your goal? Tool number 3, see the end before the begin. Learn to use your visualization skills. 3rd, be open to learn new things about yourself and the world. 5, no longer see failure, only feedback. 6, develop personal rituals that help you focus on your goal. And today, we are on tool number 7, and this is to have or find a mentor or a hero. Find somebody that has done what you want to do. Find yourself a hero. Find yourself a mentor. I know this is bruising to some of your egos, but some of your egos need to be bruised. We have to be able and willing to submit ourselves to the tutelage of others. We have to be able to look at those who have come before us and show the proper respect so that we can learn what we need to learn. Because there's a lot of pit holes on this journey. We know that the road is not always paved. Some of them got big potholes, some of them got damn near booby traps that if you fall in, you might not never get out. So you need to humble yourself and find yourself a mentor or hero.
if you are able to find a mentor or hero, you don't necessarily have to connect with them personally. Now, for example, you might want to be able to go to some of the workshops of some of the people you look up to. If they present workshops, you might want to go sit in some of their sessions or whatever they do. You want to go watch them very closely and see if you could pick up on some of the secrets that they have. And if you have an opportunity to talk to them personally, please do that so that you can ask those questions of a good student. You know what I'm saying? We have to be good students on this journey. We have to take notes. We have to be looking and constantly willing to learn. But that takes humbleness. That takes us having to be willing to ask the questions that nobody else will ask. I hate when I do workshops and I ask people, do they understand what I'm saying? And if there's any questions, and there's no question. And I know that everybody didn't understand everything that I just said. I can't force the information into them, but that's their choice. But now, to be a good person on this journey, to be a master, become a master on this journey, you need to be able to be a student and be willing to ask those questions. Now, last point, most important point, is this. When we do find these heroes and mentors, we do not need to put them so high on a pedestal that when they fall, they die. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody is human. So in some form or fashion, we all have some type of flaws. And we need to be able to realize that as individuals on the journey. As a matter of fact, we need to embrace that a little bit more than everybody else. Understand that everybody has flaws. Look at what the person does good. Learn from that. All right? Don't place them on the pedestal and expect them to live in a certain way and have this dream vision of them that when something happens, all of a sudden, they go from diamonds to shit. Keep it real. Keep it real with yourself. Keep it real with people that you follow or that you study under. You know what I'm saying? Don't expect so much out of them. Don't expect from them what you can't get from yourself. Perfection. All right? Now, last thing is your mentor does not necessarily have to be alive. If you have a mentor or a hero, they do not have to be alive, because all the information you need can either be found in their personal records or in a library. Be willing to go and do the homework. Now, you have went through all 7 tools. I hope you can apply these. Get ready, because we're going to hit the principles hard. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to hit me up at DiGyeTV.com. All right. Once again, I want to send shouts out to Oxywater, and also I want to send out shouts to Orange 82 for allowing us to use their music, which you are about to hear right now.
Pizza!
Feeling like every night is pizza night?
Pizza? Again?
Spice things up with Cholula for a flavor that'll make you forget you already had pizza twice this week. Cholula hot sauce, the best thing ever to happen to pizza. Choose Cholula.
Peace. I'd like to welcome y'all to the journey. This is Brother Hot Tim, and this is, in a sense, a celebration podcast, because I have went out and invested in a mic, and hopefully this will come through a little bit clear, because I was concerned about irritating some of my listeners with the crackling sound of the mic. I was at the mercy of the mic on the computer, which is not a good thing to be if you trying to take this seriously. So I am went out and invested in a little USB mic, and we're going to test it out today on this episode. Thank you very much. We're testing it out in this episode. So let me first start off, of course, by giving shots, because, like I said, it's important that we respect. And I respect those that respect the work that I do and support the work that I do by producing quality products. First off, I want to send shots out to OxyWater. You can check them out at tryoxywater.com. They have created the first oxygenated mineral water. I'm a daily drinker. I'm a purchaser of OxyWater, and I believe in the product. I am passionate about the product, and I think that it can help you like it helps me, because there's nothing better for me than to drink some OxyWater after one of my runs. You know, when y'all hear me on my 3 mile on mile 3 podcast, which is done usually after I run. Also, I want to send out shots to Orange 82 for providing us with that music. I love that music, and I think it adds a little something to the podcast, and also it proves another point that if you build it, they will come. One of my partners just happened to have some extra beats, and he told me that I could use one. I picked one, and that's what we got. And he's out creating some new ones for some other podcasts that we're going to do together in the future. So I'm sending shots out to Orange 82 and thanking them as well. So let's get down to the meat of what we're here to talk about today. I want to talk about small changes, but of course, before we do that, we got to give our friends at Spreaker opportunity to send out their shots and also let you know about Spreaker. Once again, I suggest that everybody begins to get a Spreaker station so that you can get your ideas out. So here's Spreaker to tell you a little bit more about their station. I would have did this show live, but I wanted to make sure that the mic was hot, and I wanted to make sure that you would be able to hear me and make sure that it was as clear as possible. But today we're here to talk about small changes. With my experience in different art forms, as far as martial arts, sports, even some writing and poetry, one of the things that has continued to amaze me is the power of this thing called small changes. Small changes are only small in name. It's those little adjustments that you make when you are in the process of learning something that makes the biggest difference. You might not even remember making adjustments, but when you make these small adjustments, in the long run, it makes you better at what you do. And I want us on the journey to start appreciating some of the small changes that we could do, that we could make in our lives, and that we do make in our lives, to make our journey to mastery a lot simpler. Now, this became more and more apparent to me as I started going through martial arts, because really, when you really look at it, martial arts it is a process of self-mastery, because within martial arts you are in physical form, in mental form, and in some martial arts in spiritual form, purifying yourself and moving towards the best you. Now, I've been fortunate enough to run into some very spiritually connected teachers throughout my martial arts career. I've taken several different martial arts, and one, like for example, when I first started Taekwondo, my master Tony Clark used to talk about moving your center and throwing your punch from your center right around your belly button. Now, I've been hearing this since I was young, and it's like all your power is coming from your hips. So at first I was throwing with my arm, and one day he just held my shoulders and said, no, I don't want you to throw with your shoulders. I want you to throw with your arms. And he helped me make this little small adjustment. This little small adjustment of me throwing my hips and then allowing the punch to flow. And this changed how I threw a punch and how I threw a kick for the rest of my life. And I noticed the same thing in capoeira. My teachers from Serpente through Dada always would help me make the small adjustments if it was just me twisting my foot to get a certain kick around, or bending my back a little bit more so that I could do a flip that was necessary in capoeira. I'm also noticing how in Aikido, how just a little shift in your center can not only empower you, but also take away power from your opponent. And I'm saying all that to say this. In our lives, when we want to maximize our power, we need to stop looking at the big things, the big outcomes and all that stuff down the road, and start looking at the small changes that we could make to get us to where we want to go. Because a small twist of a technique that you're using, a small smidgen, a 1 degree move will maximize. When you look at it from a larger perspective, it grows. That 1% grows and improves everything else that you're doing. So start looking for the little small changes you can make. You want to change a habit. Don't worry about knocking it off right away. Start small. You want to change your behavior. Don't try to just smash the whole behavior right away, because you're going to fail, just like with any addiction. So you have to start small and start working your way to where you can actually be able to operate without that behavior. You want to change a certain gesture. You want to stop doing certain things. Start with the small pieces first. Start with the small little changes in your attitude, in your in your body posture, in the way that you move your eyes. Just little small changes, and watch how they help you, how they catapult you towards mastery after you get the hang of them and make them a habit. This has been Brother Hatim. I'm going to give Spreaker another chance to shout themselves out. And I'm going to ask you to support the journey. Of course, the podcast will be available on Gumroad. You can also go to my site, www.DiGyeTV.com. You can purchase the book as well. You can look on my website. The book's on the side. Eventually, I'll have a slot on there where you can automatically click and go directly to Gumroad. All this is coming in time. And I always want to mention that all my prices vary, but I keep them low, especially when I keep them as low as I can, and they are extremely low on Gumroad. That is because I'm not really trying to make money, although it's nice to make money, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to share my passion. So support the journey, support what I do, and support the work that I do by, giving money to get the podcast, which you could get for free. The books, which you eventually will be able to get for free. Some of the old posts that I have, which you can get for free, but you're going to have to go in and find them. So take the time to check out some of the things that I have. Listen to them, and if you think that they have made an impact on your life, pay it forward. And I'll make sure that what you donate, because I can't really call it donate because this is not a non-profit, but the money that I do make does go to, some of the money goes to nonprofit organizations. And once again, I want to send out shouts out to all those people who have been supporting me far as donating money to my Cause December circle, Rescue, Release, and Restore. Like I said, this year look like we may be able to take about 24 boys from Columbus because of your support. These type of experiences are important for our young people because we have a male and female camp. Not only are they important for the young people involved, it's important for the nation builders involved, the adults, that's the adults, and the elders that are involved, because it gives us an opportunity to practice community. Not only practice that community, but find ways, while we are up there in our discussions, we find ways to be able to bring that community back to our homes and back to the communities that we are in. So this is Brother Hatim. I'd like to thank you for your time. I'd like to thank you for your patience. And here comes Spreaker. This is Brother Hatim. I like to say peace. Y'all take it easy. Peace. We'd like to welcome you to the journey. This is Brother Hatim, and I'd like to welcome you to my late night live version. I try to do a live show at least once a week, and I'm sitting up late, writing, doing some preparation, and before I get into the Players Pyramid, the first block, I need to go and salute my grandfather, who made his transition yesterday, and is settling in. And if you read my blog, I describe some of the feelings that I'm going through, and right now I am in grief. Not for him, but more so for myself, and I'm trying to find a way to work through that. I found a way, and I'm writing, and I'm on the air, and I'm sharing with you. So if there's anybody out there who has comments or questions, you can hit me on the chat. Also, I want to make sure everybody knows that my blog is up and running. It's www.DiGyeTV.com. I'm also thinking about how to put together a book to train nation builders for the Ciber Nation and beyond. So I got a lot of things rolling around on in my mind right now. But I wanted to get this first block out of the way because I feel that this will help me, and this is important for my journey as well as for some of y'all that's been following the journey. You know, a major part of what we do is the Players Pyramid in self-mastery, and we're going to perfect it and make it better. But the one thing that I do know is that those that align themselves with a process and work the process will get results. This is a process. You have to work it. You can't just sit and read about it. You have to get up and you have to work it. You have to follow along and do the writing and do the work that's involved. We went through basically the easy part, and that's gathering the tools. The one thing that I challenge everybody to do after you get done listening to this is to go back and review the tools and go over the questions that are asked in Imani, or some of the questions that pop up in your mind in Imani. And when you start trying to use this principle, always refer back to those tools, because those tools are, they help keep you sharp. They help smooth out the stone and move the stone in place in your life. Of course, I'm speaking in symbolic terms, because I use the symbol because it's easier for us to see that picture rather than just having these amorphous concepts floating out there. I want you to be able to focus your mind on the symbol. As usual, I need to start the show off by jumping off into recognizing those products that I use and that I love. First one, of course, is Oxy Water. You can find out more about Oxy Water on www.tryoxywater.com. The world's first oxygen enhanced mineral water. Give it a try. It's real good, and it's real good for you, and you can share it with your kids. Also, I want to send out shots to Orange 82 for allowing us to use their music for our intro and our exits. Last but not least, I want to send out shots to Gumroad for giving artists a platform from which they can throw out their art. They can create their art and make it available to the people in their network without having to go through some large company that's going to take half of your money like they wrote half your shit. That phase of where we are as a people is going out, and now the masses are getting more control, and I'm going to be one that seizes that control. I do this out of the love. I do this for the passion. If you want to, you can support the journey by buying the books or going to Gumroad and purchasing the podcast and the PDFs that I make available off of my Gumroad account. You can find it at HiTim. Just look up HiTim, HA2TIM at gumroad.com. I'm going to give Spreaker a couple of moments to go on and bless us with their commercial, and I shall return. We are back, and we're up and smoking and live. I am excited to be here. Ashe. We're about to break it down and get into this first building block. Now, before I get get into this, I want to read some quotes that are at the beginning of the chapter. Imani. Imani means faith. To believe with all our hearts in our people, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and the righteousness and victory of our struggle. That's from Milana Karinga, the founder of Kwanzaa, as well as the person in which these principles came through. So I definitely want to send him out some shots. Here's another quote. "O Lord, you've been with me in 6 troubles. Don't desert me in the 7th. That's Harriet Tubman in her times of trouble. That was Harriet Tubman's prayer when she was in trouble. And we're going to get in there and we're going to chew this up. Next quote and last quote. "Hold fast to the faith. Desert not the rank, but as brave soldiers march on to victory. I am happy and shall remain so as long as you keep the flag flying." Marcus Mosiah Garvey on faith. Now, when we talk about faith, first let me clarify, because there's a distinct difference between faith and belief. Faith is knowing without having actual evidence. You intrinsically know. You can't explain how you know, but you know, and you're comfortable in that knowing, even if the rest of the world is in doubt of what you know. Now, belief is having an idea about something, an unquestioned idea about something that you wholeheartedly feel is the truth. Now, these are not from the dictionary. These are Brother Hatim just going off into my zone. So go and look in the dictionary, and if you want to comment and upset about how I put that, that's on you. Faith and belief work hand in hand. They work hand in hand. Now, the one thing that I like about faith is that faith fits more into the age that we're moving in. This is an age of knowing. When people are talking about the age of Aquarius and things like that, Aquarius is about knowing. Aquarius is about knowledge. Aquarius is about this intrinsic feeling, this knowing that something is real. And it looks for ways to prove its knowledge. Belief, on the other hand, don't need proof. You could believe in something that's not true, but have a wholehearted belief, won't even question it. Faith gives room for questions. As a matter of fact, faith needs questions, because in asking the questions, faith becomes stronger. Your faith becomes stronger when you are able to answer and find the answers. Now, you don't need the answers, but your faith becomes more solid and firmer when you are able to ask those questions and find the answer. Now, let's get into it. Now, one of the first things that I want to stress, that each of you individual out there, your life now is proof enough of your greatness and your ability to accomplish anything. Because out of the millions of sperm, I know some of y'all out there, it's like, here you go on that sex talk, but think about this. Out of the millions of sperm that was competing for that one egg, the one that carried your essence was the one that made it to the finish line, was the one that started the process of your life. It was the one that was able to push through all of the hard circumstances and make it to where you are now. Develop into whatever hell or heaven you going through right now. It is all the result of your innate ability, your innate power that's lying in you to make something out of absolutely nothing. Now, when we get into dealing with faith and working towards becoming the greatest being that we can become, and work towards moving towards our true self. And let me define that term self. In self-mastery, we teach that self is the absolute, complete, and perfect qualities of a being that is not controlled or not determined by external circumstances. That's you. That's the true you. Now, this thing that we're dealing with right now in our lives is our personality. This is the mask that we put on to exist in this world. And unfortunately, this mask overcomes everything that we are and puts us into a life that may sometimes be very confusing, very conflicting, and very dangerous. So that's where we at. Now, so when we start talking about activating the faith principle, activating and using faith, what we are looking at is, one, we have to be able to align ourselves with the power of faith so that we can go to where we want to go. And there's an order in which our faith should lie. First off, we should have faith in our higher power and our connection with this higher power, because our higher self, in a sense, is one with the higher power. Second, we have to have belief in ourselves. Alright? After we establish these beliefs, then and after we establish that faith, we can move into the outer realm of believing in things and having faith in things outside of ourselves. So first, in order to make this tool work for us, first we have to start cultivating the belief, the internal belief first. Many of us want to work from the outside in, but this work is a work from the inside out. All of our tools and all of these principles take place inside of us before they manifest outside of us. So faith is one of those first things that we have to dig in deep, and we have to light the fire within ourselves so that we can wake up the rest of the principles to work and move with us. Now, we got to be clear on what our higher power is. Now, that's not for Brother Hatim to define for you. That's for you to define for yourself, to line it up with your with the faith that you practice now, or to come up with whatever. That's on you. That's your personal struggle. You have to be able to align yourself with something greater than you are, so that you are serving something bigger than you. This gives you a whole nother power that we will touch on either later on in this lesson or other lessons that are to come. Now, people would have us believe that we exist in a universe that is based on entropy, which is basically chaos. It's just everything is just happening and there's no order or whatever. But our ancestors taught us that everything works by laws and principles. Everything. And when you figure out the laws and the principles, you have a jump start. we are blessed in the fact that we can look at the universe and see some order. Those of us that's on the journey, we can look in the universe and see some order. Sometimes it's hard to define what that order is, but we know intrinsically, that faith, that there's a order. And if there's an order, then once we understand the order, we could get that order to work for us. But we got to have faith in the fact that the order is there in the first place. So now, in order to get the faith principle, and y'all need to go on and read the book and read the principle, there's certain questions some other questions that you have to answer. First, you got to ask yourself, what do you believe about yourself personally? Ask yourself that. Write it down, right? What do you truly believe about yourself? Because one, that'll clear up a lot of mess for you once you start really getting into your true vision of who and what you are. Next, you ask, what do you believe about the universe that you live in, the universe and the world that we live in? You know what I'm saying? Is it chaotic? Is there some order? Be honest with yourself in asking these questions. Then ask yourself, what do you believe about your future? Do you have faith in your own ability to create the future that you want? Be honest. Next, who or what do you place your faith in? If there's something outside of yourself that you do, mention that. But of course, I will hope you will start with your inside. But if you don't, then that gives you some work that you have to do. The next one is, are the people or things that you put your faith in worthy of it? Does the trees bear fruit? It makes no sense to be a gardener or be someone traveling on this journey and putting faith in things, people and things that don't produce. Do you have faith in the right things? Are you worthy of your own faith? Are you worthy to believe? Do you live a life, or do you live in a way to make yourself worthy of your own faith, to be able to make it to what you want to be able to do? And to all these questions, if it's a yes, put why. If it's a no, put why. All right. So now I'm gonna take a short commercial break, and then we'll get back, and then we'll finish up Imani, and I'll let y'all go to sleep if you listening or whatever. So. We're back on the journey. We're back. I'm back. And now, the next thing is, what can we do to strengthen our personal faith in our Creator and ourselves? This is very important, because faith is like a muscle. In order for it to get strong in us, we have to work it out. We have to pull out our tools, and we have to use it. One of the major things that we could do is develop, and this goes to the six tool, developing rituals in which we can practice that will remind us about our faith and help us to begin to work it. One of the things that we develop is called affirmations. We could develop personal affirmations, affirming ourselves, affirming our faith. You know what I'm saying? Building it up. You know what I'm saying? By constant mental and vocal we firm it up by mentally and vocally pronouncing it, saying it over and over again throughout the day, strengthening our resolve and in a sense putting ourselves in a trance when we say these affirmations, and using these affirmations on a daily basis when we hit rocky points in our lives, when our faith is being tested and shook. Also, we can also use proverbs. When you look on my website, I have something called the Geometry Journey Workbook. That's a book full of proverbs that you could use. You can also read scriptures from the holy books of your choice to help firm up your faith. And not just read them, but Bruce Lee talked about emotional content. When we work with affirmations, when we work with proverbs, when we work with scriptures, we have to do it and use emotional content when we're doing them. You don't just dryly read them. You don't just dryly say affirmation. You don't just dryly say your pledges or whatever, what have you. You have to really invest that emotive energy into them so that you can bring that piece alive. All right. Now the next method, of course, the next two methods are very similar and they're connected. One is meditation, of course. I have meditation CDs that you can use for free, or if you want to support the journey, you can get them off my blog. You could go to you could look it up on my Spreaker station, as well as you go to Gumroad and you can purchase it and support the journey. There's other CDs out there that are excellent as well. So by no means do I believe that I have the only or the best. What I'm saying is that it's there, so go on and use it. The next one is prayer. Prayer is meditation is where we have, in a sense, a closed loop conversation within ourselves. Prayer is where we have an open loop conversation with our Creator. It's not just about asking for things or assistance and help, but it's having faith that there is a higher power there that we can turn to at any given time. We don't want to be part of the emergency prayer club. These are people that pray at hard times. They pray only at the bad times. You know what I'm saying? They the ninth inning prayers. Those of us that use prayer, we walk and pray. We pray before we meditate. We pray in all situations. We give thanks whenever there's a reason to give thanks, and even when there's not a reason to give thanks. We pray to communicate with that thing higher than ourselves and develop a relationship so that when we do have to go for hard times, we already know that power is going to be there. There's not a doubt in our mind, and because there's no doubt in our mind is able to find the solution, or the solution pops up for us. It emerges because we have put our work in to our prayer life. So go and think about some of that. If there's any questions or comments, hit me back, hit me up. You can find me at www.geometryjourney.com. Also, you can hit me up on my Spreaker station. I won't hold you up anymore. If there's anything else, of course, you know I'll get on here and rant some more. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your support. And with that, Brother Hatim is saying out. Now, I'm going to give a couple of seconds to Spreaker so they could come back on and do their thing. And then after that, we're gone. Peace. I'd like to welcome you to the journey. This is Brother Hatim. I'm coming to you live and direct from the Monte Cristo, so that's the noise in the background. They got the music pumping, and I just wanted to drop a quick show talking about movies of influence. Movies of influence. So if there's any listeners out there, feel free to comment. Check me out at Spreaker.com. I guess /Hatim. /Hatim. I'm about to share the URL with everybody out there. And so feel free to tune in. Let me know what's going on out there in the world. I'm going to talk about some of the things that I experienced this weekend, as well as movies of influence. So go on and enjoy the sounds. I'm here live at the Monte Cristo. If there's anybody in the area that want to stop in and possibly contribute to the show, you can hit me up on the chat on Spreaker. Once I share the URL, everybody will have that. So what we're going to do at this moment right now is that first, of course, I got to give shouts out to Oxy Water. Go to tryoxywater.com. The world's first oxygen enhanced mineral water. Excellent drink. Also, I want to send shouts out to Orange 82 for their support and providing us on the journey, those of us that's on the journey with a soundtrack that we can use for introductions and exits. So now, also, before we get into the fat of this, I want to give our friends at Spreaker a moment to go and talk about their product, because I think it's important that we use every aspect of this internet thing to get it popped off, because this is a thing of ours. So I'm, of course, going to cue up the music. And we shall return. We're back, and this is Brother Hatim on the journey. I'm sending out this URL so that those people that want to participate in this discussion can. Also, I'm going to give you some updates of some of the things that's going on as far as where I'm at, as far as Columbus, and some of the things that I noticed. So, here we go. I'm on my way to my dashboard to make sure I'm able to send this out. So I appreciate your patience and your kindness and you taking your time to listen. Now, during this weekend, one of the things that was crazy for me, of course, those of you that's been following my blog and the other things I do, you're aware that I had a passing in my family. I had, in addition to my ancestors, my grandfather passed on. He made his transition, And of course, I'm going to dedicate my shows to him because if not for what he did, I would never have been. So I wanted to let you know that I'm recovering. I'm going through the stages of grief, some denial, some anger. I don't know. I'm going to let it roll out and continue working and continue broadcasting because I guess the work kind of helps me stem it. For anybody that's interested in the process that I'm personally going through and the experiences that I'm having, because I know I'm not the only one on the journey that has this issue as far as family members passing away. You can go to my blog at DiGyeTV.com, and the name of the blog is How to Say Goodbye, Part 1 and 2. Feel free to check it out. Also, one of the things that really kind of affected me this weekend, really affected everybody over here in Columbus, was the fact. Oh God, I messed up. One of the things that really affected me and other people here, especially me, because I'm trying to make sense of things. I'm trying to make sense of what's going on in my life as far as with my grandfather passing and other decisions that I have made that have affected me as well as my family. One is with my grandfather's passing, I'm looking for a way to make sense. And a lot of times, I think by us trying to make sense of things, it kind of causes more confusion. So I'm trying to not dwell too much on that fact. But one of the things that I noticed this weekend, first, I was sitting in the office, and because my office is in this inner side of a building, I heard the storm, but I didn't know that the storm was as severe as it was in Columbus. For those that don't know, Columbus was hit by a thunderstorm that ripped through here and tore the city up the day after my grandfather passed. In my program that I was in, I was so caught up in trying to catch up with my paperwork that I didn't even notice that they had a tornado drill because it was so bad out there. They thought a tornado was going to hit. Now, I'm sitting up here typing, you know what I'm saying? I noticed little power fluctuations, but I wasn't really superly affected. Well, anyway, the storm hit, and it knocked out a lot of lights. And as I was driving home, I had to drive home through a lot of places where people depend on traffic lights to order how we cross intersections. Now, when I was going here, I started noticing that people were exercising a lot of common sense. And I was really wondering, because they didn't have enough police to monitor everything that was going on, how much has modern convenience, although it adds to the communication with us as human beings, or can add to the communication, how much of this convenience has really affected us and affected how we deal with the world? Because I saw people forced to communicate with people that they did not know. I saw people working together in situations that you would think that you would need some type of authority figured in. We got people at major intersections, no accidents, very few fights. Some people might have got mad, but they was able to make it through these intersections without any problem. And I started looking at that, and I started thinking about it, because one of the things that I learned recently is that one of the things that made it possible for human beings to survive through evolution or through the beginning of time or whatever you believe, because what helped us to survive was, one, our endurance, because not like any other animal, human beings have endurance that is ridiculous. We could run and cool off at the same time. Most animals can't do that. So that means that if we got a good head start on a lion, that lion will have to eventually stop, because he's not going to be able to cool himself off like we can cool ourselves off in motion. Either his ass is going to have to run and drop or stop chasing us. Another survival thing that humans have that you'll see in the other parts of the animal kingdom is that we have the ability to cooperate. The only way that we was able really to survive, another of the ways, I ain't gonna say the only way, but one of the ways that we used to survive as human beings was being able to cooperate with each other. And it's a very important point and a very important idea for those of you on the journey, because on this journey, in order for us to make it, although it seems like it's an independent journey, a lot of times it's not. A lot of times that's our illusion, that's our imagination telling us that we are in this by ourselves. We are not in this world by ourselves, and we will not be in this world ever really by ourselves. When we on this journey, we are not alone. We have friends and family that we could pull on, and sometimes strangers will stop and help us. You know what I'm saying? This weekend kind of reaffirmed my belief in human nature. So I'm going to take another quick break, and we're going to get into the conversation of why I got on here live in the first place when I come back. We're back. And once again, I want to say I apologize for the background noise. I am at the Monte Cristo on High Street. You know, it's hookah time for me. You know, I always have to get away sometime to deal with some personal issues. It's always good to find that private personal space when you need it. So now, let's get on these movies of influence and why I'm doing this show. One of the things that is important for us on this journey, and I stress this, is stories, legends, and myths. In ancient societies, the culture was passed on through the stories and the myths of the people. Although that these groups or these societies or these cultures would change, the stories, you would notice that the stories would also change with them. Whenever there was something new added, there was a new part of the story that came. And what I want to be able to lay out today is the importance of these legends, myths, and stories. And I want to look at them from a modern framework. Where do these modern myths and legends come from for us today? These stories are what holds society together. They help inspire the people. People need inspiration. That's another reason that it's important for us to be in social groups that give us some type of inspiration and some type of hope. Now, in my research, what I have found, the modern way of getting stories across to people, the modern myth making machine, the modern, in a sense, for lack of a better term, griot of today is this movie industry. They put out thousands and thousands of stories every year. So the question that came to me was, let's have a conversation about some of the movies that influence us. And I wanted to open it up so that some people, if they wanted to make comments about it, they could feel free to do that. I do a guerrilla style podcast. You never know when I'm gonna be live or it's just gonna be a podcast. Because right after this, I'll probably get busy on my podcast for Kuumba. Well, so one of the major movies that influenced me, one of the major stories that influenced me was a story that Robin Williams acted in, and this is when I really started recognizing him as not just a comedian, but more of entertainer that had some depth. I mean, his jokes he was never really that super funny to me. I mean, Mork and Mindy was cool, but his brand of comedy never really did it for me. You know what I'm saying? I would laugh every now and then and stuff like that. But when he went into movies and became a star, and the first movie of his that I really sat down and watched was a movie called What Dreams May Come. I don't know if those of you out there may have seen this movie. If not, I would say go out and get it. What Dreams May Come was a movie about a man. Now, I ain't seen it in a while, but it's a movie about a man who dies. He has a tragic death, and he dies, and the movie walks you through his transition. It walks you through him going to heaven or whatever you want to call it, and him saving his wife who commits suicide, which meant that because she committed suicide, he had to go to the depths of hell from paradise. He was in paradise, so he had to go to the depths of hell to save her because she was his soulmate. Now, this movie opened my eyes. I ain't gonna say it opened my eyes. It confirmed some of the things that I had been thinking in my mind, but I would never really spoke out about, because the way they dealt with heaven was, in a sense, each individual had an individualized heaven, just like each individual had an individualized hell that they went through, and they walked you through this whole process. And looking at this movie and the idea that came about in this movie was crazy. I mean, it's just like when you see it and you see the colors that they use and the way that they put everything together, you see a modern myth, a modern legend being formed. So that was one of the movies that really influenced me, and it gave me, in a sense, license, because this is another reason why I say artists are the vanguards of the revolution, because Robin Williams doing this movie gave me not the authority, the word I'm looking for. It gave me, in a sense, the courage to speak about how I felt heaven was, rather than just sitting and listening to people talk about making transitions and the afterlife. It gave me license to be able to discuss this because other people were discussing it, and they put it on a big screen in a movie theater and put it on DVDs and at that time VCR tapes that people were able to go get and watch and get inspired themselves. It was a very inspirational movie in the true sense of inspiration. It sparked and fed the spirit within me. And that's one of the important things about myths and legends that I want to stress. It sparks the spirit. It wakes up the spirit when it's a good story, when it comes to a person, it sparks them. And every time I see the movie, I get a different message. I maintain the message that I have, but I learned something new about myself, and I learned something new about the movie and the ideas behind the movie. Once again, it gets to that layered piece that I talk about when we discuss stories. You can read about it on my blog, or you can hear it on my podcast, where I talk about the layered nature of these good stories. When these stories make it through the writer, because in a sense, it's not necessarily the writer that's just generating these stories. it's a spiritual link. There's when we talk about creativity, it's pulling something from the void of the creator, pulling an idea from the void of the creator and allowing it, giving it permission to transmit itself through you. So really, as artists, we are agents of the creative force of the universe. So we give this creative force permission to come through us. And in it, a lot of times, it becomes a lot deeper than we thought. Because everybody out there that is an artist, you may agree with me or you may disagree with me, but I'm quite sure you have created something, whether it was a poem, a piece of art, a short video, a podcast. You created something and discovered something new about yourself and the creation. It's so beautiful and so powerful that you look back at it sometime and be like, I don't believe that I did this. That's because we plug into something bigger than ourselves as artists. You know what I'm saying? And we got to understand that. And when we recognize that, I think that will stop some of the blocks. Although some of the blocks are necessary, because in the journey, if we don't have blocks, if we don't have interferences, if we don't have struggles, then we don't have nothing to share. All right? So I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and talk about another movie. We're back on the journey. This is Brother High Tim, and today we're talking about movies of influence, movies that influence our lives. A major movie that I just discussed for me was What Dreams May Come. Let me put that on my chat. What Dreams May Come. Also, one of the things I want to stress for those that's just tuning in, this movie gave me license to talk about death. And for some people, it may have erased the fear of dying, because it gave a modern picture of what it means to die. And this was very powerful. I don't know if anybody out there can feel me, and if you can, cool. If you can't, that's cool too. Welcome to the journey. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, even this message here is layered as well. Now, the next movie, another movie of great influence upon me, was a movie called The Matrix. Now, The Matrix came to me at a strange point in my life, because at the point in time that The Matrix came out, I was homeless and I was living with some friends, and they went to go see The Matrix, and because I wasn't watching TV that much, I was living down in the basement, and you know, I was kind of struggling. I was really struggling with my life and where I wanted to be as far as an artist. And this is when I started really using the Players Pyramid, because remember, those of you that's been following the podcast, when I created the Players Pyramid, or took the tools that was there, that was laying before me, I was in college and I was fearful of writing papers. I didn't think that I could do it. I couldn't do a 10-page paper. I couldn't do a 15-page paper. So I needed a model to follow in order to write these papers. So I created the Players Pyramid. Well, anyway, while I was living with my friends, I decided to start recreating my life. because at that point in time I had a bad breakup. I was living in the basement. I was depressed. I don't think Simba had really came into my existence yet. Well, anyway, they came home one night. They had went to see The Matrix and said, Brother Hatim, bruh, you have to go see The Matrix. I said, why? I said, we won't tell you why. But I think that movie really, really will speak to you. So, okay, all right, whatever. So, I go to the movie theater. And I sit down and I'm watching The Matrix. And of course, you know, those that seen The Matrix, you know the beginning is kind of slow and it fits into the whole thing because it was designed beautifully. Now, when I seen The Matrix, I'm going through, I said, man, why they tell me to come see this shit about this computer nerd and shit? So, and I hadn't read any of the reviews. I haven't talked to anybody else about it. So I was totally in awe when he finally got picked up and he eventually got introduced to the Matrix. Not only, and this is what's deep about some stories, it wasn't like I was in the theater. It was like I was sitting right next to Neo. And when he got introduced to the Matrix, so did I. And it blew my mind. Just the whole concept of what the Matrix was about. Far as a whole society of people living in an illusion, not knowing that they are in an illusion and lost, and one individual being selected out of all those individuals to be woken up, and not only woken up but thrust into the middle of the battle between man and machines. That was one of the most inspiring movies that I have ever ran across in my life. The Matrix was dope for that. And what was even better, this is the first time that I ever was in a movie, and when the shift happened, I'm going to call it a shift because I don't know exactly the movie term for it. When the shift of reality, when the paradigm shift happened, when it happened, I was so excited that, and shocked, that I was upset because I could never experience that feeling that I had of mystery with the Matrix again. So the movie The Matrix was another major influence movie on me. It influenced my journey. And once again, it's another movie that gave me license to be who I was, to be able to create and to be able to speak out, have the courage to stand up to some of the bullshit that's out here, not necessarily in a violent way, but know that it's out there. And then also, it gave some credence to the idea that we are spiritual beings living a material reality. We are not necessarily human beings, but we're spiritual beings living a human experience. And this movie kind of gave license to that. So I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to come back, and we're going to talk about a few more movies, and then I'm going to call it a day. Thank you, Orange 82. I'm back. I am back. I am back. I am back. The next movie I want to discuss, well, let's look at The Matrix a little bit more. I'm just going to say big shots out to the creator of The Matrix, because you really woke a lot of people up using the modern myth sharing machine, TV and movies. And music. I ain't gonna leave music out either. Recorded music. I'm not gonna leave that out. So, the next movie I want that had a major influence on me was Fight Club. A lot of people are like, Hatim, why do you like Fight Club? Why do you like Fight Club? I love the Fight Club for the mere fact that it reminded me of my life, because you had an individual who was trying to make sense out of his life and ended up forming an underground group that got out a lot of aggression. And then was able to organize this small group of individuals to go out and do something major. Whether you agree with the mission or whether you even agree with what they organized around, that story, that myth, that legend there hit me to the fact that it was possible. Although it was just a movie, it's possible to bring people together under any auspice if you truly believe in it and move people in a direction that you may feel they need to go. Especially if there's agreement there, especially if you're feeling a need. Brad Pitt gave a speech, gave several speeches in there that I often show on my blog. He had an angry rant about God when he initiated himself into the true essence of Fight Club. You'll see that on my blog. Then also he gave a major speech about when in Fight Club about how individuals have been morphed and enslaved by society and how we've been fed false dreams, and I really could connect with that. But the most important part about the Fight Club was, once again, whoever wrote that story put it together in a way, far as the movie, that when I was sitting in the movie and you found out who Tyler Durden was, that this is just the 100% truth. Now, hold on, let me go back. The way I ended up seeing the Fight Club was I used to do intensive foster care, and I would, on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, take my boys to the movies and try to have discussions about the movies we saw. And I packed up I had a little escort at that time, and I swear I put about 11 boys in the escort. Don't ask me how I did it. And if you don't believe me, talk to anybody that went to college with me, and those that went to college or those that like to take trips. You find a way to fit those people in. I took 11 boys to the movies. We got out, and when we go to the movies, they already know it's going to be a 6-hour thing, because I'm one of those that once I get a ticket, I'm not just stopping at one movie. So we went to go see another movie. I don't even remember the movie we went to go see. That's how profound the effect was for me. And with Fight Club, I went in, and we was in between one movie that we went to see and another movie that we was waiting to see. I said, well, hell, we might as well go into Fight Club. So we follow a group of guys into Fight Club. The movie theater is empty, and I sit there and I watch Fight Club. Well, anyway, we make it all the way up to the part to where Tyler Durden is revealed. And I swear for God, I was in the theater. I was so engrossed in this tale that when the switch happened, I stood up in the middle of the theater, pointed at the screen like I had a remote control, because I forgot where I was. I thought I was at home watching the movie, and I tried to push rewind because I said, I don't believe this shit. This is not true. That can't be who Tyler Durden is. Now, the movie affected me in a way to where I could see how individuals could combine, regardless of what the mission was. If the mission was clear and the leadership was clear on where it was going, it let me know that it was possible, even though it was just a movie. So I'm going to take another break, and we're going to wind up. We're going to end it, and I'm going to give a couple of quick movies that those on the journey could see, that if they haven't seen them, may help you along on your journey. So, peace. I'm back. If you could hear in the background, we got some Tupac playing. So we over here live at the Monte Cristo Lounge. It's storming outside. I'm quite sure I left my window down, so I'm gonna have wet ass syndrome on my way to the crib. But here we go. Honorable mention, because I'm running out of time, and I appreciate those that listen and take the time to tune in to the journey. Be sure to check out my blog. Be sure to check out some of my material, and remember, support the journey, because like I said, I do this for a passion, but it would be nice if I could do it full time and truly explore what's going on as far as human development and self-mastery. All right, here we go. Honorable mention. Now, there's a series out there. It's a Japanese movie, and you got to do a lot of reading. And the name of the movie is Zatoichi. Zatoichi. Now, I know some of you that seen this movie is like, it's not only one movie. He was such a popular legend in Japan that they made about 18 movies. It had 3 series, and it had a remake here in America maybe about 7 years ago. Pretty good. Well, anyway, Zatoichi, the movie Zatoichi, the thing that it showed me, the lesson in life that it taught me was, first, let me lay out the idea of this character. Zatoichi is the blind swordsman, and he walks around Japan totally blind with just a cane, and in the cane is his sword. Now, this guy is a gangster, a gambler, a masseuse. In Japan at the time, the only way that blind people could make a living was by giving massages, basically. And he mastered massaging, and he was a gambler, and he was a gangster. So it's crazy. And he was a drunk. He drank a lot of liquor. But when people needed help, it was crazy. When people needed help, he would drop the gangster shit, drop the alcohol, and immediately take his blind ass over and help them. Now, what this movie taught me was that there's good in everybody, and also this was a major movie that dealt with the concept of mastery for me, because Zatoichi was a definite sword master. One thing I guarantee you, that if you like violence, check out Zatoichi, because Zatoichi is going to kill, Ichi as they call him in the movie, he's going to kill about 50 motherfuckers in that movie. This blind guy who's a masseuse that has to stumble around, once he get that sword in his hand, he shows what mastery is, the idea of mastery. Because he can't see who's coming or what's coming, but he's chopping these motherfuckers down left and right and bringing justice and a balance to the universe. It's dope. So if you ever get an opportunity to check out Zatoichi, please do. Some other movies that get honorable mention. It was a movie with Bruce Willis. Oh my God, Bruce Willis, and it's like, I see dead people. I can't remember the name of that movie. If anybody remember the name of that movie, please send it out, because I had it in my head and I didn't write it down. I was sure that I would remember when it came time, but you know, I guess they're all making me nervous out there. But that movie, because it had a twist in it that was dope, and it also dealt with the idea of death. Peace, family. This is Brother Hatimo coming at you with another tutorial.
movie.
And what I'm going to do today is show you how to use Facebook and share different information. First, we're going to start with the computer, and then we're going to move to using our cell phones. Okay. So first, what we want to do is we want to go to our site. So I'm gonna go. Boom. Here we go. Got my wee video up because I'm gonna have to edit that later on. But let's go to our Facebook. So I'm gonna go to my Facebook page. I'm gonna go to my Facebook page. So I got links up there. So boom. Now, recently, I just posted up something for the DiGyeFest. So I want to share that. Oh, that's me at New Harvest last night. All right, let's see if it pops up. So now, that's my daughter right there. Wow, what's up, Yolanda? Uh-huh. All right. But anyway, so it ain't popping up. So when you post stuff up, a lot of times your stuff won't pop up necessarily directly on your timeline. So what do you have to do? I just posted it up. It's in my story, and we're going to talk about stories, All right, so what the story is, the story allows you to post up something for a 24-hour period, which means that a lot of people, rather than going through your whole timeline, they will stop at your story so you could post up stuff in your stories. And I'm going to show you how to do that too. So now, since I already posted it and I don't want to post it again, what I'm going to do is I am going to go to right here on this link. Y'all see where my finger is? This is my stuff right here, my stuff that I have been posting up. So boom, oh, there go me, Sasha, and Gina. All right, boom, and there go right there. Y'all see that? Y'all see how that happened? Let's go back. So let's go back. How do we get back to the other one? We're going to go home. My home is the timeline in which everybody's stuff that I know that are important to me, that I have befriended, their stuff pop on here as well as my stuff. Okay? Now, but when I go to my name, either this one here, Hatem Giame, or this one right here, Hatem Giame, this takes me to my profile. And on my profile is my stuff that I posted. So when people want to know who you are, like for example, and I suggest this to all people on Facebook, when somebody send you a friend request and you don't know them and it says you share some friends, you click on them before you say, yes, they're going to be my friend. You click on them and you go and you inspect their timeline. If their timeline don't go back no distance and you don't see nobody you recognize on the timeline and you don't see that they have been doing anything, posting anything, it's not a real person. It's a bot, right? You can look at me and you can see I'm real. I've been posting. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to go back up. So now what I want to do is I want to show you how to share on your computer, because I'm on a computer now. We're going to get to the cell phone in a second. I'm on my computer now. And here is the DiGyFest piece, right? So what I want to do is I want to share the DiGyFest, right? Boom. First off, it's not really cool to like your own stuff, okay? So don't like your own stuff. Encourage other people to like your stuff, right? So we're on the computer. So this is the challenge. Here we go. So now you can put up another comment up under what you wrote. So on here I said, please join us for our Tawi DiGyFest coming June 20th. Hope on the stream. I messed that totally up. So it's messed up. Now this happens to all of us. These three dots right here give you an option. Let's go here. Boom. I can edit my post. What? Yeah, you can edit your post. Please join. So I'm going to put a us there. Please join us for our Tawi DiGyFest coming June 20th. Hope to see you on the stream. Y'all see that? Y'all see how I corrected that? Now you can add another picture up if you want, but I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna save. Now this piece right here. Now you also have an option. Let's go back to edit. Let's look at the edit. You also have an option whenever you're sharing something, whether you want it to be public, just for your friends except for, you can go in there if you like that. And you can even got more here. You know what I'm saying? Only me. You can have your own timeline where only you can see it. Or you can have specific friends. You can, you know what I'm saying? You got all these controls that you could use. So we're going to keep this public because we want as many people to see, because we do a lot of video on Giame Journey and my name is attached to it. A lot of people come to my timeline and peruse my timeline. So boom, I save. We're done. All right. Now, also something else you could do. You can also go back. Let's go to edit history. Now, on here, you have something called tagging your friends. Now, what this does, you could go and type in your friends' names that you want to tag with this piece. And it's not even that hard because, like I could say Navita. Let's say Miss Navita. Type in the N-A, Navita pop up. Sister Natasha. We got a whole bunch of people on our timeline that will pop up. You know what I'm saying? That you could just put in there. All you got to do is click on the picture and it do it. But you could do that one by one if you want to do it. But I'm going to show you another way that's a little bit quicker. But it's still, all this still takes some time. So we're going to save. All right. So now I'm going to go down here to the share button. And we're going to go over how to do this on your phone too. So we go to share. Now you got share now in public. So you already shared it there. Share. Then it got the 3 dots. I don't know exactly what that means. So now don't be scared. Let's not be scared. Let's click share. What do it mean? Oh, it's popping up. Oh, okay. Share on your timeline. Now, if you have many pages, I can share on my timeline, or it gets shared to your story. Y'all see that? You can share to your story, which we already did. Share on your timeline, which it got a check on it. We already did that. Share on a friend's timeline. You can click on this, and you can share to your friend's timeline. And you can write your friend's name in there. And all they will have to do is go through and approve it. Or you could go, all right, cool, I don't want to share on my friends. You can share in a group that you're in. You see that? You can share in an event, which we do have an event page, or you can share on your page. So I do have a page, so let's go and share on the page. And what pops up here is the page. I got Nguza Saba Challenge. I got Folk Tales for Grown Folks. I got G&J E-Course. A lot of these I don't even use. But, of course, we're going to share this on Giami Journey. So we're going to post it up. Boom. So now I shared the Giami Journey as well. You know what I'm saying? I can come back and share to the rest. And as you can see right here, you got 2 comments on there. I will check in tomorrow. And we got my Aunt Georgia Ellis, and she always pick up, she always encourages me, right? So, so we got, we doing pretty good. We got 7 shares on this. Allende West, Sister Roni, we got, there's a lot of people on here that's sharing. So now, what else we do? What else can we do with it, Brother Atim? Let's click share again. And it says share your story, share publicly. Now we're doing that. Or you could send a message. Did y'all hear me? You could personally pick out people that you want to share with. And now what this will do, it'll pull up, you could create a group. I wouldn't advise creating a group when you sharing something, because what happens is that every time somebody throws a thumb up, or every time somebody writes something in to it, it hits everybody that you share with. So if you got 300 people and you share with all 300 people, what happens is that you start getting on people's nerves. So you don't want to do that, right? So when you share, you want to go through and you want to individually share with people. Individually. You go through, right? And you can just click send. So now I will always suggest put a message. Like, here go my message. So I already got, please join us for our Tawi DigiFest coming June 20. Hope to see you on the stream. Now, fam, please help spread the word. Like and share with your friends and family. Now, a fatal mistake that we often make is we honestly think that people are going to do that automatically. When we are working with social media, we want to make sure that we are giving instructions on what we want to do. Now, if I send it and I just send a picture, all they got to do is look at the picture and it's cool. But what you want to do is you want to help people. You want them to understand what you want. We can't continue thinking that people automatically know what we want them to do. All right, you sent it to me. I looked at it. I seen it. So what? So we don't want to start a group. We want to send it to individuals. So we could go here. I go send it to him. It's going to him separately. And you see it popped up over there on the side. I can send it to Charles. Some of these people I might have already sent to. So they're going to hate my guts. But, I want to do this so the elder. I know Illumina already got it. I already sent it to ADOS. I sent it to a lot of these people already. So let's go down. All right, let's start here. He's a Giami Journey supporter. We got, there we go. And, and I know there's a limit on how many you can send out in one day, right? So And it's, believe it or not, it's a lot easier on the phone because I could just go through and just touch screen. If I had a touch screen, I go right through here and just send it, right? So he's like, boom, I got that one, that one, that one, that one. You know what I'm saying? I got all these people on my thing that I can send it to. That one, that one, that one. And all of them will receive the same message, and it will tell them, giving them instructions on how to help you. We got to teach people how to help us, and we got to teach other people on how to use social media, because a lot of us don't know how to use it because, you know, we might share some silly stuff, we might share some jokes, we might, you know what I'm saying, but we got to share, you know, this is what I need you to do. I need you to share it with your friends and your family. Let them know what's going on. If you support what we do, go and hook us up, help us out, right? So I'm going through this, so I won't hold you up with all that. I'll come back and I'll finish my list. And if I get off now, share in private message. You share it in a private message with other people. All right, so now what we're going to do is now I want to show you how to do the same thing on your cell phone. We're going to show you how to do the same thing on your cell phone. And the one thing that I want to stress is I beg you to learn to take advantage of your social network. Don't be like inboxing just everything. But when it comes to us, as far as growing as a community, us growing as getting more people to support Giami, getting more people to come to Tawi events and to support Tawi and to support those things we love, we have to be the promoters. We are the promoters. Until we get to a point where we have an individual, in a sense, working for the community, and that's their job. You know what I'm saying? Their job is to promote everything we do. Even then, we still gonna have to help. We'll have to give a little bit of assistance. All right? Freedom is not free. You know what I'm saying? And we got to understand that we have to be willing to make the sacrifice. And right now, the major sacrifice that many of us can make is time. Time. It takes a little bit of time to share this information. So let's move to the next phase of sharing using our cell phones. Now, the angle is going to be a little bit different. So because the cell phone is smaller and I had to use the technology I had to use is a little bit different, okay? So bear with me. All right, family, right now I am on my cell phone and I want to show the family how to do a few things on the cell phone. Now, we talk about the importance of social media, and I want you to understand how to use it. So right now I'm on my personal Facebook page, and as you see, I got all this stuff on here. Hopefully I keep stuff from messing up this recording like it did previous, but I want to share a flyer. All right, and what does that mean? All right, so I have a flyer that I downloaded, and it's the DiGyFest. There we go, right there. You see it? There's that DiGyFest right there. So I'm going to share that. So I'm going to click on the DiGyFest flyer. Boom. There you go. The one pops up and I click it. Like, boom. There you go. All right. It's about the right size. Everything is cool. Okay. If I turn it to the side, will it adjust? Okay. It's not adjusting. So it's cool. All right. So, and you put something on there. Nice. Please. Join us for our DiGyFest. I know a lot of y'all are going to say, how's that Digi? You know, don't worry about it. It's just DiGyFest. That's how we do it. You know, on Tawi, we put Tawi on there. My fault. Tawi. Send shots out to the rest of the family. Tawi DiGyFest. Coming June 20th. Hope to see you on the stream. Boom, we got it. All right, you see how easy it is then? So all of a sudden, all we do is post it like so. And now it's posted up and it'll pop up on your timeline. You see that? So I happen now, but sometimes sharing on your timeline is not enough. So somebody gives you one and you look and you got the ad right there, and you looking at it, you be like, okay, that's cool, but I want to share it further. It's cool as on my timeline. You can click share, and it'd be like, all right, cool. You get these options. You can share it to your story. Your story is, I'll show you in a second. Boom. It pops up there, and you can just have it up there like that. And you can click share to your story. You be like, Brother Tim, what's the story? The story is the thing that's at the very top of your timeline feed. So you can always add to your story by right here, see right here at the top. Boom, that's your story right there. So you go through your files and just click on any of these and add them to your story. Like I didn't share today when I went down to the protest. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, maybe I'll do that soon. But you can put text. You can put a boomerang. I don't know what that is, selfie and all that. But the issue is, or you can also put a poll up in your story. So you can find out what's going on with the people that's watching you. All right? So also another way that you can share is you click share and you can share it to your groups. So here's all the groups that I'm part of. So I'm going to share it with Giami Journey. Okay, there you go. I ain't got to write nothing because it's going to keep what I put on there. But then also, see, it posted up. You see how I did that? Last but not least, one of the best ways to share is up close and personal, right? So now you got this up here. You got a message. Now, in this format right here, you're going to send it to each individual person and some groups individually. Now, let me show you how you do it. So right here, got write message. I'm going to write a message. Please share as well as check it out. Please, let's switch that. Please check it out and share. Wow. All right, that's cool. So now, because the send is by each one, you're not forming a group or a text group where it gets on people's nerves. So you can share it with everybody on your list. All right, there we go. We're going to share it there. We know Navita got one because she created the flyer. But we got a whole bunch of people that we can share with to let them know what's going on. You know, I got groups. I got individual people that I want them to know about it. So I could just go down and I could click every last one of them, letting them know that we got this DiGyFest coming up. Right? And you could do this with any flyer, with anything that you're working with, so that you could get an interest and build up those people, or at least attract those people that you want. Now, a lot of these people come out and support some of the stuff we do directly, or they might just, donate to the process. So, all right, family, what happened was that I had to change my camera. So I can't use the webcam that I'm using right here because this webcam is recording for another recording. So at the same time, I'm recording me doing this. It's crazy. So I got to use a second camera. So I'm using a second camera in my setup so that I could finish up the video for you, right? Now, this is for specifically for those individuals that are going to be doing the video editing, as well as learning about how to use the social media. So the quality of the video is a little bit different. I want you to notice that. Now, so I want to thank you for joining us, right? So now you know how to share using your computer as well as your cell phone. I want to thank you very much for joining us. And with that, I want to say peace. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I need to let the alarm unleash. Let's talk. Hit up the journey at 614-556-4535. We're going to talk about this Jesse Williams speech. And, of course, Viacom gets the siren because they don't fuckery up. You heard it here. Viacom took down the video where the brother was just basically dropping the speech. So I'm going to have to read the speech verbatim, then we're going to discuss it. Before we get into that, let's talk a little bit about this Brexit shit, right? All right, fam, listen. Drawing close, right? Drawing close, because the fact of the matter is that we have to start learning to get along, because everybody else is pulling together. This Brexit thing that's going on in England is a lot bigger than y'all think. It's a lot bigger than economics. It's a lot bigger than anything you can imagine. I'm not calling. This is not a call for doomsday. It's a call to let everybody know that people are drawing in their wagon. They're circling their wagons. West Asians, Europeans are mad. They're hot. They're upset. They feel that the elite are giving away the stuff that they have stolen righteously from everybody, because you know it's all about the white man's burden. The white man went around the world and took everything from everybody and caused all types of havoc and all types of hell. And right now, the poor white man is upset with the elite white man because they feel that they're giving away everything. So they pulled out of the union, out of the EU. They said, we need to pull up out of the EU. Y'all need to be clear about this, right? So now, this is what's going on over in England right now, right? I'm on CNN. This ain't Brother Hatim. Brexit. Racist abuse in UK reported since vote to leave EU. Now let's look at this. I want y'all to understand this. So now, when they said they wanted to take their country back, they weren't just talking about economically. They weren't just talking about the economic laws that goes with being part of the EU. They talking about that they want to take their land back. And you got this spreading all over the world. You got listen to your boy, listen to the great pumpkin Donald Trump talking about we're gonna make America great again. Black folks, I want you to think about the last time America was great and where you were. Where were you the last time America was great? You were not allowed to compete. You got to always remember that. You were not allowed to compete. And we have to talk about this. Join the conversation, 614-556-4535. Once again, that's 614-556-4535. This is Giami Journey Radio. I am your host, Brother Hatim. And of course, you know this is a Heart of a Symbol production. And you know we always try to blow up your old paradigms. Now, there's several ways that you can support what we do at Giami Journey. Now, just the issue. I sent out a lot of messages to people talking about supporting the journey, right? I don't want y'all to think that I'm asking for donations. I'm not asking for donations. I'm asking for a fair trade. Because I've been doing these podcasts, and some of y'all listen to the podcast, some of y'all don't listen to the podcast. But y'all know what the fuck I do, right? I'm working with kids. I've been nation building for years. Y'all know what I'm doing, right? Now, what I'm asking for is a fair trade. I do these podcasts, you donate. Matter of fact, you buy the podcast. The podcast, I'm gonna continue doing this. I'm gonna continue doing the videos. What I'm saying is, do some supporting. Support what we do. We went out to the woods this weekend. The storm hit. Rather than calling everything in and leaving early, the kids got into the tents. We all got into the tents, and we rode the storm out. We lost 2 tarps. We lost 2 tents, right? But the point I'm trying to make to you is that nothing I do is free. I'm always hustling. I'm always trying to pull money. I got people around me that's always pulling money. We rubbing our dimes and nickels together. We stocking them up. Now it's time for us to start getting help. And like I said, I'm not asking you to donate. I'm asking for a fair trade. Those that pledge $1 a month for me to continue doing these shows, you get a free meditation CD. And then I got the rest of the list. I'm not gonna read the rest of the list right now, but those that are interested, go to Patreon.com. Patreon.com/GNJ. All right, I'm gonna post it up here real quick so that you can get it. But now, what I'm gonna do is I want to read this Brexit shit for you right now. All right.
Women, but the most important goddesses were black. Not just for the African now, in the civilization of the Greek. The Greek was so profoundly affected by the Africans that the goddess of chastity was a black woman, Artemis. The goddess of wisdom was a black woman, Minerva. The goddess of beauty was a black woman, Diana. And many of their great mythological figures which were critical to the vision of history, the history of the Greeks in the Odyssey. The woman who draws, who has the power to draw Odysseus and all his crew into her, is Circe, who is represented as a black woman with African features on the Greek vases. The woman who helps Jason win the Golden Fleece is a black woman, Medea. The woman who marries Perseus, the Greek hero, is a